215-263-WMMR. I will go to Josh and see if he's got the answer. Yo, Josh, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, bud. So who invented the color wheel?
Sir Isaac Newton.
That is correct.
I did not know that.
Yes.
I did not know that.
Sir Isaac Newton. Never knew that. So hang on, Josh. We are going to give you fair tickets to see Sarah Silverman Thursday, May 4th at the Met in Philadelphia. You can get tickets via Ticketmaster and complete details at WMMR.com.
Do they explain what prompted the invention of it? Was he painting his home and needed something to bring to the Home Depot?
Where I got the trivia question from, there's no explanation, but I'm sure there's an explanation.
Right.
But we'll have to dig it up other time because I got other things to talk about. This was breaking news late in the show yesterday, and maybe you've heard by now, but Jerry Springer died. He was 79 years old. And he passed away at his home just outside of Chicago. His cause of death was, they're saying now, pancreatic cancer.
Oh, man.
And it was a...
goddamn.
They initially called it a short illness, and sure enough, it was pancreatic cancer, which is horrible to hear.
We were kind of talking yesterday, Kathy, and if you're going to have to go, and we all will, from, that's a short time from being diagnosed to passing away.
Yeah,
He didn't have a protracted illness, that took a long time.
A spokesperson for the family said in a statement, Jerry's ability to connect with people was at the heart of his success in everything he tried, whether it was politics, broadcasting, or just joking with people on the street who wanted a photo or a word. He's irreplaceable, and his loss hurts immensely, but memories of his intellect, heart, and humor will live on. So, yeah, Jerry. His famous show ran for nearly 3 decades, from 1991 to 2018. Following that, he hosted the courtroom show Judge Jerry from 2019 to 2022 before making his final TV appearance, which was on The Masked Singer in October of last year. So he worked up till the very end.
Yeah.
Talk show host Maury Povich, Lonnie Love, and Steve Wilkos all paid tribute to him on social media yesterday.
Well, Wilkos was this in-studio security.
Yes, he was. Wilkos, who played the security guard on the Jerry Springer Show, wrote, "Other than my father, Jerry was the most influential man in my life. Everything I have today, I owe to Jerry. He was the smartest, most generous, kindest person I've ever known. My wife and I are devastated, and we will miss him terribly." That's sad.
Yeah.
But yeah, Steve Wilkos has Jerry to thank for everything that came his way.
He's doing the Jerry Springer Show. That's what he's doing. And the thing with Springer, which I thought was always pretty cool, is that he was the first to mock himself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he
absolutely.
knew everything, that it was crazy, that any of it was successful.
Yeah, and in the times that we had him on, he was clearly about that. He's like, "Oh my God, it was a train wreck. Come on." Of course it was.
Yeah.
So sad news, but the end of an era. He really did create his own thing. Do you remember those, Steve? There, Morton Downey Jr.
Morton Downey. So there's a
kind of was a little bit of a playbook for that type of thing, but that was not. He was a little bit more of a blowhard. Definitely, Jerry took a different approach, but he still had incendiary guests on.
Right. Well, Morton Downey Jr. was like a very aggressive and very almost culty. And the audience was like a lit match. There was an element of fun to Springer's deal,
Yeah, agreed.
There's a great documentary on Morton Downey Jr., Preston, about the whole creation of that character that he becomes.
Yeah.
And after that, yeah.
All right. So here's the BAM news. Yesterday, 3 days after Pennsylvania State Police issued a warrant for his arrest, Bam Margera turned himself in. He faces criminal charges for allegedly punching his brother Jess Margera in the face, threatening family members. And I said this yesterday. I'll reiterate it again today. But on Twitter, Jess had written on Wednesday, Bam really is the sweetest guy when he isn't messed up. But since his meth habit, he's unrecognizable, and I really don't know what he's capable of. Seeing him screaming at a person that wasn't there, hallucinating, it's really scary and heartbreaking. So Bam addressed his brother's tweets in an Instagram post shared yesterday. And here's what Bam had to say. He said, "I just got out of the courthouse with my lawyers. Everything went great, and the false accusations of what my brother says are not true, and he will be sued for defamation as well as being evicted from Castle Bam sooner than later." He wrote, "The reason this happened is because I read his phone saying that he wants me back in California and he wants to find a way to 302 me, which is a psych hold." And then he wrote, "F him." So when I first saw this story yesterday, I was hoping that Bam would have issued a statement that said, I need to, I need to reel it in. I'm going to do my best. And no, he still doesn't see it.
Well, again, so I stand by. It's no facility, no, Malibu-based rehab facility is going to be able to correct this. It's going to need to be something really, really, really austere, like jail, that'll help him because he's right on the edge. He could kill someone, and the likelihood that he himself could end up dead is terrifying.
That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, and
because he is a good guy.
I was hoping it would go the other way, but he's standing his ground and still doesn't see it.
Yeah,
still does not see it. That it's the problem comes back to him.
Yeah.
So all right.
Do you think he is a good guy, or do you think he was a good guy?
I think. You know what? I think he is.
I think there's a good guy in there.
Yeah. When you have an issue like that, it's they become not good people, but that's not originally who they were. They're sick.
Well, all right, we'll see what else. I have some other stories that we do need to get to. A judge granted Jonathan Majors, alleged victim, a full restraining order yesterday ahead of the May 9th court date when the Creek 3 actor will face assault and harassment charges. The district attorney's office said in a statement today, a judge granted a full temporary order of protection to the victim per the people's request and with the consent of defense counsel.
Do you think that in the way the laws are written, they should be allowed to address anybody who's up before a judge as the most popular character they're playing? So, in other words, to refer to him as Kang.
Okay.
Moving forward.
I don't see that that's going to really...
It wouldn't be a problem.
It wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah.
A full temporary order means that Majors cannot have any contact with the victim until the next court date. His attorney said in a statement, this is a standard in such cases as this, and we consented because Mr. Majors wants nothing to do with the woman who assaulted him.
I'm trying to get a handle on how this might turn out because now apparently other women have come forward, but they've got a crap load invested in him, Marvel does, for the future.
Mm-hmm. It looks like there won't be any shortage of drama in the third season of The Kardashians. In the trailer, which dropped yesterday, it shows Kim breaking into tears following her breakup with Pete Davidson as she navigates her divorce from Kanye.
Thank you.
When Khloe asks Kim if she's okay, she says, no.
Are you okay?
I'm not okay.
Aww.
I'm having such a hard day today.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Later, Kim comments on West's social media tirade. She says, he has made up the most insane narrative. She says, we stay silent throughout all the lies for my kids.
You have to. So one has to wonder, is actual life executed in favor of content for the show, or is the show actually recording life?
Well, other storylines include Khloe struggling with a melanoma scare and telling Scott Disick that Tristan Thompson has no chances left. Meanwhile, Courtney accused Kim of using her wedding as a, quote, business opportunity.
No, they'd never do that.
Season 3 premieres on Hulu May 25th, by the way.
Cannot believe it.
I have a clip to play. Yes, we do have it, to play along with this. So, according to People magazine, Angelina Jolie and her son Maddox attended a state dinner at the White House on Wednesday. At the dinner, President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden celebrated the 70th anniversary of the U.S. ROK alliance with South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol and First Lady Kim Kyen-hee. And a source told the outlet, Asia America relations are important to Angelina's family. She and the children have had close ties to the region, including South Korea, for many years. Maddox studied at Yonsei University in Seoul. Angelina has visited South Korea many times for her humanitarian and refugee advocacy over the past 2 decades, and as an artist. And Angelina and Maddox are honored to attend the state dinner. Now, while there, they found out that the president, South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol, is a huge fan of the song American Pie by Don McLean.
Yeah.
And they kind of nudged him to sing a little bit. And he sounds
He sang more than a little bit.
He sounds really good.
Yeah, he's not bad.
So here's a clip of him. And he doesn't speak perfect English, but he sings fairly well. Here we go.
A long, long time ago. Music used to make me smile. Now you've got my chance, and I could make those people dance and maybe they'll be happy for a while.
Yeah.
really made me shiver. We played for idle. I knew on the little step. I couldn't tap one more step. I can't remember if I tried where I'd rather Bowley's willow bride. Something touched me deep inside the day the music died.
That is great.
So they ended up giving him an autographed guitar from Don McLean as a gift. I thought that was really cool.
This reminds me of the time that Madeleine Albright went to Moscow and sang the entire rock opera Tommy.
You know,
Just it was amazing.
Chris, can you get the audio from that? It was amazing. I will say, that song is totally in my range. I can crush it, except for there are too many lyrics, and my voice gets tired by verse number 2.
The full version. By the way,
Yeah.
there's a great documentary that is basically about that song, the entire song, what it means to so many people. There's, a tribute to the site where the plane crash took place with Buddy Holly and the Big Bopper. And, but it's a crazy documentary, and the lasting impact of that song.
So, Casey, does its length make it a bad karaoke song?
Yes.
If you're in the audience,
It's a great song,
Right.
but it is too long for an amateur singer to tackle at a bar.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought so.
I agree.
Yeah.
Now, if it's maybe late and everybody sings along with it,
Yeah.
that could be it.
Are we talking the radio edit or the full version?
No, the full version.
Yeah.
The full version, most definitely. Screw the radio edit.
Kiss my ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You suck.
Go straight to hell.
All right. I think we have another clip for this from yesterday. On Wednesday, Disney released new character posters and a new teaser for the live-action remake of The Little Mermaid. While people are undoubtedly excited about the forthcoming film, some fans can't get over the new flounder. And according to the New York Post, Twitter users commented on how skinny the live-action flounder is, comparing him to Steve Buscemi
Oh my God.
and joking that they put him on Ozempic. Now, I have not seen the pictures, and I cannot comment on that. I do not
It
know.
looks more flounderish.
Like a real flounders are very flat in real life.
So, but it's a live action remake of an animated movie.
Yeah.
So you would expect it to look a little bit more real.
Yeah.
But fish are not especially evocative. So that's what it is. But it's not.
It's a freaking cartoon. It's a cartoon.
It's a fish.
Who cares?
Let it alone.
Why do people get their panties in a bunch about a freaking cartoon?
So we have a clip of Haley Bailey. Haley Bailey. Is that how you say your name?
Haley Bailey, you want me to play it
Singing.
on this side? I have a version you may not have.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Wouldn't you think my collection's complete?
That's a good version.
But I want more.
So you can tell she's professionally
Up where
trained.
they
Yes.
walk, up where they run, up where they stay all day in the sun.
Oh, yes.
Wandering free.
Feeling it.
Wish I could be part of that world.
Sorry, we have to move on.
I wanted to be a mermaid when that movie came out.
All right, let me play this clip. Here we go.
You raise me
Shut the f*** up. We have the actual clip.
Yeah,
All right, here.
Yeah, for sure. What are you laughing at, Casey?
I would say this. They're remaking these things and keep hitting the same material. If it's good, I'm fine with it. If it's not, I won't be. But
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I don't think we need it. On the off chance that they knock it out of the park and it's even better, I hope that happens.
Beauty
but if
and the
not,
Beast.
Beauty and
I
the
love
Yeah.
the live action Beauty and the Beast.
Yeah.
So but Mulan came out 6 years ago?
Yeah.
And they're doing a live action Mulan. It's like, okay,
Well, that's the problem. They have
make it good.
They have to make it good. This was such a good movie, and when you're with Flounder, it doesn't look the same, so people are freaking out.
Yeah,
They
Mulan
should have
was
Flounder from Animal House.
They should. And Pinto.
Wouldn't that be great?
But Mulan was a long time ago. I feel
Actually,
like
yeah,
Mulan
it
was
was
like 20 years ago.
it was further
They
back
were-
than you
what are they
realize.
remaking that they just released?
I'm not sure.
I don't remember.
They're remaking everything.
Remember, they had a little misstep with Aladdin, right? That was
sucked.
panned pretty hard. I didn't see it.
Do you know what?
Smith, yeah.
Also, it had a bit of that uncanny valley going on.
So Mulan, the live action, came out in 2020, and Mulan, the animated, came out in 1998.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. A couple other things before we get to clips. Let's talk about some potential sequels and new projects. Vince Vaughn is set to return in a sequel to the 2004 hit comedy Dodgeball, which is in early development at 20th Century Studios, according to an insider.
The key is Ben Stiller going to be back?
I don't know.
Yeah.
They have not indicated yet. But the screenwriter is someone named Jordan Vandina and is set to write the script to the follow-up. And according to Deadline, which first reported the news, all that's known about the sequel in terms of plot is that it will continue the story of Vaughn's prize-winning gym owner. That's it. That's all we know. So Vandina, by the way, has previously collaborated with Vaughn, serving as the writer and associate producer for the 2020 comedy The Binge, which I didn't see. I don't really know it.
No.
And later writing, directing, and executive producing the holiday sequel, It's a Wonderful Binge. Both films are now streaming on Hulu, by the way.
So this is why Dodgeball was a hit, because when it came out, first off, we had a dodgeball team that we were taking around, but it sort of reminded everyone of those great 80s comedies, those kind of junk food comedies they're just meant to be stupid.
Yep.
And it was great.
Yeah, we'll see if if they can recreate that, capture that magic again. Netflix announced that season 6 of Black Mirror will air in June.
Nice.
And the new episodes are being billed as, quote, the most unpredictable, unclassifiable, and unexpected season. The streamer also released the teaser trailer. I haven't watched it yet.
It's good.
But it teases more dystopian adventures that serve as nightmare fuel for fans. Black Mirror has been known to feature a large ensemble of actors per season, and the standouts this coming season, I believe, will be Aaron Paul, Kate Mara, Selma Hayek, Michael Cera, Josh Hartnett, to name a few. Like a whole lot of people are on board.
The thing about Black Mirror is that it has a singular ability to leave you feeling weird after watching, frightened and paranoid. And
For real.
They just, because it's all keys off modern tech, you know, and the world that we're living in. And you'll finish an episode and say, that's not too far from what we have right now.
Well, and now that we're starting to get a taste for AI, and they've already, touched on AI on several occasions in subsequent seasons, but they're really, now we're going to have an even more tangible thing to hold on to.
What's
watching this?
What do you think is the most disturbing episode of
Well, I think you and I agree that Metalhead. Was unbelievable.
And it's an atypical episode.
Yeah.
But it's Metalhead.
There was one
scare
called
the F out of you.
There was one called White Bear that I really liked a lot.
Yeah.
What's the one where the metallic hornets fly up to people's noses?
That was the longest one episode. It was a 2-hour long episode, and I don't remember the name of it. But the girl that is the gal that's the voice of Merida in Brave, stars in that, and I love that episode.
Yeah.
That's fantastic too.
The post-apocalyptic ones, to me, aren't as terrifying
Because they're a little broken from reality.
From reality, I mean, it could happen, especially when we see Boston Dynamics and stuff like that. But
that's exactly it.
I don't know. Like, I think the ones that are just like a little bit more eerie. The ones where like you can like. Like people who have died in your life.
But we have that as well. I mean, so sort of. We're all around it.
So the creator, writer, executive producer of Black Mirror, Charlie Brooker, said, "I've always felt Black Mirror should feature stories that are entirely distinct from one another and keep surprising people and myself, or else what's the point?" He said it should be a series that can't be easily defined and can keep reinventing itself, which is kind of what they've achieved so far. So I didn't, the last season I thought was not as good.
And there was only 3 episodes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was weird.
The one with Miley Cyrus I didn't like. The one with, I did like the one with Anthony Mackie.
Me too.
That was really good.
That was wild.
But I forgot what the other one was.
I
But
don't even
yeah, they need,
remember the
hopefully they're going to have a good 6 or 7 episode run in June. I don't know. We'll find out. Also, Lionsgate just released a trailer for the Hunger Games prequel movie called The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes.
The Peckish Games.
And it promises to be a star-studded return to the land of Panem. The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes takes place 64 years before the events of the main series. Instead of featuring Katniss Everdeen, this movie follows the story of a young Cornelius Snow, And he's the president, played by
Donald Sutherland.
Thank you. Who later goes on to become the villain of the original trilogy, and a Hunger Games tribute named Lucy Gray Baird, who he mentors. The film seems like it's going to be a dramatic return to Pan Am and the Battle Royale style Hunger Games that made the original series such a sensation.
Are these? So this is this actually from books, or are they creating a whole new
It's a good question.
story?
I think there is a book that this movie is based on. I read the original trilogy.
They were huge.
Loved it, by the way. So if there is indeed a book, I'm going to have to maybe dive into that. Nick, it's called The Ballad of
Yes.
Songbirds and Snakes. So there is a book.
It came out in 2020.
All right.
Same author, Suzanne Collins. And yeah, I really enjoyed the books too. I got kind of tired of the movies by the end of them.
I did as well.
I thought the books were way better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I really enjoyed how like it ended up being sort of this nuclear war. And I thought the books resolved themselves really well. I just did not enjoy how the movies ended.
If you want to see a cool movie that a lot of people say might have been the inspiration for the series, it's out of Hong Kong, I believe, or perhaps Japan, Battle Royale.
Okay.
It is Nick, it is the same story basically, but with a lot slyer take on it.
All right.
Some of the cast includes Tom Blythe, who plays Snow, Rachel Zegler, who plays Baird, Peter Dinklage, Jason Schwartzman, and Viola Davis, to name a few. All right, we got movies opening this weekend. Yes, we do. So let's talk about those. All right, movies opening today Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret. It's a comedy and drama. Stars Abby Ryder Fortson, Rachel McAdams, and Kathy Bates. An 11-year-old Margaret is uprooted from her life in New York City for the suburbs of New Jersey, going through the messy and tumultuous throes of puberty. With new friends in a new school, she relies on her mother, Barbara, who's also struggling to adjust to life outside the big city, and her adoring grandmother, Sylvia, who isn't happy that they moved away and likes to remind them every chance she gets. It's an hour and 45 minutes long. It's rated PG-13, a wide release today, and it has a 99% score on Rotten Tomatoes.
When I worked in the bookstore, this had to be one of the top 5 titles requested.
Really?
This book was, Judy Blume was huge to begin with, and this, and I think her other book, Tiger Eyes or something, was the other one, but yeah, huge.
Also opening this weekend is Peter Pan and Wendy. It's a fantasy adventure starring Alexander Mullaney, Ever Anderson, Yara Shahidi, and the plot says that it's the timeless tale of a young girl who, defying her parents' wishes to attend boarding school, travels with her 2 younger brothers to the magical Neverland. And there she meets a boy who refuses to grow up, a tiny fairy, and an evil pirate captain. And they soon find themselves on a thrilling and dangerous adventure far, far away from their family and the comforts of home. Hour and 46 minutes long. It's PG, wide release, Rotten Tomatoes, 78%.
That's okay.
It's a good score.
For the longest time, they were trying to get one made a live action Peter Pan with Michael Jackson playing Peter Pan.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
No. Well,
I'm Peter Pan.
Yeah.
Who wants to look at my anus?
What?
What? Did I say that?
All right, also opening this weekend, Big George Foreman. It's a biography and drama. Stars Chris Davis, who is here in our studio, Forrest Whitaker, Jasmine Matthews, and Big George Foreman. The miraculous story of the once and future heavyweight champion of the world is based on the remarkable true story of one of the greatest comebacks of all time and the transformational power of second chances. Fueled by an impoverished childhood, Foreman channeled his anger into becoming an Olympic gold medalist and world heavyweight champion, followed by a near-death experience that took him from the boxing ring to the pulpit. But when he sees his community struggling spiritually and financially, Foreman returns to the ring and makes history by reclaiming his title, becoming the oldest and most improbable world heavyweight boxing champion ever. 2 hours and 8 minutes long. It's PG-13, wide release, and it gets a 53%.
I'm still going to check it out. I mean, I saw a couple of extended scenes, and it looks good. Because of this movie, I've been down a boxing footage hole. Oh, my God. George Foreman, awesome, but I've been spending tons of time. Mike Tyson stuff.
If you watch
the stuff that's available now, just blows me away.
If you watch a compilation of Tyson's knockouts,
which I do all the time,
crazy.
It's like ASMR for me.
Oh, really?
It's just crazy. I mean, it's just astonishing.
I've seen him. I saw one where he hit a guy with a gut shot.
Yeah.
And knocked him out.
He's fighting.
Not KO'd him.
Preston, some dude who's like 6'5". Mike Tyson's not tall. Squat.
Nope.
He gets this guy within like a minute and a half.
The guy was just a machine. He was just a killing machine in the ring. All right, we're now ready for clips. Here we go. Couples are looking to repair their relationship in the show Couples Therapy. And here, therapist Dr. Orna talks about working with clients.
When I work with couples, let's say a couple comes and presents me with like 7 really difficult issues. I don't have to actually address every of these 7 issues. If we do a really good piece of work on one issue, it might kind of infiltrate into how they deal with the rest of the issues. So you don't have to talk about everything.
Shut the up!
Couples Therapy airs tonight.
It was said so many times.
8 o'clock on Showtime.
I want to relive that moment when you said that.
The first one?
No, the second one. Because the second one, you're like, God, man, I already did the cup. Why did it have to be that word?
I know. Yeah.
I would like to relive the Yak Cup because it sounds so.
Let's do both.
It sounds so synthetic. It doesn't sound real. I don't.
You have to celebrate it. I mean,
so
this is my for me. This is something that is inexplicable. Like if you're fascinated by contrails and Bigfoot and Loch Ness Monster, how does this?
How does that happen?
Nick creates his own plate reverb.
It's crazy.
You know what, Steve? I think I told you this before. But one of my mom's favorite games that we've ever played was Nick or Dog.
We should do that again. Yeah, because we all have sounds we can include now.
But my own mother, she's like, "Oh yeah, that was hilarious."
Can I have the cup one time for me? The cup.
Yeah.
Who has that?
Yeah, a cup.
Yeah.
That's the first one?
Yeah, that was the first. Yeah.
That was the first ever.
And then this, I think, is the...
Hang on, I want to hear it again.
Right.
Yeah, a cup. Wait, is that the second one?
That's the first one.
Okay,
the
all
second one, you were trying to say Couples Retreat.
Oh, right, yeah.
Couple.
And that was this. Here it is.
And Peter Billingsley directed Couples Retreat. I started it. I love it and hate it so very much. And Peter Billingsley directed Couples Retreat.
Okay.
That word.
Really?
She felt bad for you. That was Kathy's version of sympathy.
All right. We got one more clip to play here, folks, so let's get to it. Rachel McAdams plays preteen Margaret's mother in the new film, Hey God, It's Me, Margaret. And in this clip, she gives some advice on her own preteen self. Here we go.
Don't expect Victoria's Secret. They're not cute, but they will get cuter and more uncomfortable. It's going to be right by the food court. It's one of those stores that sticks out into the mall, so everyone that walks by will see you buying your first bra, but it's okay. You'll survive.
Oh, shut up, woman.
Okay. Hey God, It's Me, Margaret is in theaters today. And there you go. That's the entertainment report for you this morning. Hey, I want to give you a heads up. We have a new Daily Rush video. Kyle put one together, and it's called The Amish Underground Fusion Reactor. We all think that we know how the Amish live, but we never fathomed just how much technology actually lies beneath the surface. You can go to WMMR.com/Daily Rush and see this video and others that you have missed out on. And it's sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet. You can learn more at Xfinity.com. I can't wait to see that one. All right, we are going to take a break. We're scheduled to have Mr. Michael Rappaport. He should be in the Acme Lounge shortly. He's going to pop in the studio because he's got a gig at Helium Comedy, a few of them actually this weekend. And then later on, our buddy Joe Matares is on, and we got Concert Cash, bunch of stuff happening. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
This weekend,
butter coming in.
Butter spray.
Is that what?
I can't believe it's not butter.
There's an actual like liquid, almost
Really?
like
liquidy
like the way you
butter.
dispense mustard.
It was more back in the 80s probably. And if you had a waffle, you could go blink, 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 blink in each little.
Okay.
I had a waffle.
Each little
I'd eat it
crevice.
in the morning. Yeah, there we go.
Do you
Parkway.
need butter in every little square?
You do.
If you're
you're a man.
If you're a man, no.
Okay.
No, I obsess about little things like that.
Okay.
It's just like weird.
So your answer is yes, you do.
Yeah, I have a butter memory with Preston that is probably 19 years old. Do you know what it is?
Butter memory.
Preston, do you remember the butter memory?
That's probably 19 years old.
19 years old.
Memories.
You would have to butter memories. You would have to give me a hint.
Me, you, Steve, and Marilyn.
Wow.
that wraps it up.
Butterfest,
Did a show
1998.
for 3 years together.
Media Court Diner.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
You know the butter memory?
Yeah.
Oh, well, do tell.
So we're sitting there, and it's after we had done a show, and we're having lunch, and there was
We're all just getting to know each other, by the way.
yeah, we're all getting to know each other, and so they had a little ramekin full of butter, which is a small dish. And so I guess it was a ball of butter or something like that. And we're just talking, and I just reach out and grab it and just squish it with my hand, just to be outrageous.
Provocative.
I'm like, ooh, butter.
Yeah.
And I did that, and he died laughing.
I was
So.
like, what? I wish I would have done that.
Love at first sight.
That looked fun.
Butter memories.
But if I owned a diner and
I dine in the morning.
and I was serving waffles, there would be a special little spray that I would put melted butter in so that you could go.
You would keep it like you could even have it as you could have the way you have a mug warmer where your butter could be on it and with the pump so that you could dispense that
Now
way.
it would need to be more like misty,
like a fire hose.
No, like
a spray bottle.
like a spray bottle, like you would spray your indoor plants.
Like a spritz.
I disagree. I think that the butter, like the spray butter, you're lessening the quality of the butter product. And if you're going to have like actual butter, you're going to need to have like a vat of melted butter. This is your diner, so I'm not trying to tell you how to run your business.
You open your own diner next door with your regular, normal, boring pats of butter.
I kind of want to work with you, like almost like as if I was your therapist, and to make you okay with not having butter in every square. Like it's all right.
No, I know.
It's still going to taste good. You're going to get enough butter.
Believe me, I've
Touchstone Pictures. He had to have butter in every square until a concerned therapist came into his life. My name is Romano. I think I can help you.
Then we need some good music, like
yes,
Peter
inspiring.
Gabriel,
Salisbury Hill.
Salisbury Hill. Yeah. See if you can pull that. So the serious part when he realizes he has a problem.
Oh no, I can't even get it together anymore. Every time I go into the diner, I start trembling like crazy. I think I know someone you can talk to. And then she came into his life. My name's Romano, and today's the day we start making changes. From Touchstone Pictures, the story of a boy who learned now how to not have butter in every square of his waffle. Butter Squareless Waffle Boy.
Butter Squareless Waffle Boy?
Or something to that effect.
It's a butter therapist.
I feel like I already went through this with Jace. Like at breakfast time. It's okay, honey.
Unbutterable.
Is that the name of the movie?
Yeah.
I'm doing it!
I heard recently that isn't even, I mean, just the old, sneaking the look at your next door neighbor's paper is not necessarily the chosen form of cheating these days, because so much stuff is done online now that students are using Google Docs quite a bit to cheat with.
All the time.
Yeah.
And so now they're trying to make, in fact, they've said they've noticed a general increase in grades that they believe is artificially manipulated.
Really?
And so much so that Google itself has stepped up and has, like I'm looking at an article here, they're trying to set up ways to prevent Google Docs being used for cheating.
So here's the way I understand that this works, and if I'm wrong, please tell me.
Yeah.
We've got students here, we've got strippers that know the answers as well, because Victoria was chiming in on this while we were off air. That if someone takes a test in a class before you, that you're going to have that same class, and they therefore can get that exact exam that you're about to take and send that to you before you take the exam. Is that kind of the way it works? Is that what I understand?
You know who knows?
Ben knows. Ben, come in here.
Ben.
Intern Ben, we're going to get him on the mic. And by the way, Ben, are you currently a student?
Yes, I go to Temple University right now. I've been there for 3 years now.
Okay. All right. So what I was just saying, I know you guys are busy in the other room there. When someone is taking an exam, they can take that exam and give it to someone else who has that same test later on in the day. Is that how it works?
So it totally depends, but like a lot of the times it will just be on your laptop in class, and it's impossible to govern everyone's laptop, as you can imagine.
Okay. Okay.
You all right?
Had to run in.
He's a little nervous.
I was wondering why you talk like that. And actually, it's the thing. It's the Google documents.
I've talked to Ben many times. I've never heard his voice quite like that before.
It's as we matriculate through the process of the Temple University. Of course, enriched by the learning that we have.
So I guess.
You poor kid.
I guess no. Ben doesn't talk like that.
To come on here with us.
We just pulled him in hat by. It's not his fault. It's not his fault.
Off guard, that's all.
Okay. So Ben, I guess what Preston's asking is, how does
Let's start over.
How does the document get disseminated to everyone who's looking to cheat off that original document?
So you can have a Google Doc open on your laptop in like a separate tab, and then you can send it to anybody that has like a Google email. And of course, our school uses Google for everything.
So you can have the Google Doc, I guess, open on a different browser. Right. And just sort of toggle between the two, the test and the Google Doc test, Google Doc. I don't know. Gabby's here as well. She's also a student. You know.
What's your take on it?
Yes.
Stop it. I'm just kidding. Poor Ben. We pull him in while he's trying to do other work. So
What's your take on it, Gabby?
Yeah. So if you're in a group, just like in a group, when you're doing one of your assignments, you obviously have everybody's email. So you can set up this Google Doc where you can share everything that you do. So even if you're in one class earlier and you have a friend that's in the next class later in the day, you can just share that document with other people in other classes.
Okay. And Victoria, were you the student? Did you do this or hear about this happening as well? Yes. Oh, why is your mic not on? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yes. So when I was in school, it was just super easy. First of all, the website is pretty, like, once you get it down, it's super easy to use. And yes, sharing is so easy, and it's so easy to communicate on there amongst many people.
Did anyone ever flow? I mean, because they're saying that it has had, and Google has actually had to step in to give teachers ways to fight this. Do you know anyone who's ever cheated using the system?
Well, that's what I was going to ask.
I would say.
Actually, no, I'm not aware.
Ben has something to say about the Apple Watches.
Yes.
So not about the Apple Watch, but I do have a story we can go into.
Okay, please do.
So in high
Make it a long
school,
one.
I went to a tech school. So I was in the computer programming, obviously.
Right, yeah.
Obviously.
So, but we figured out a way to cheat on the learning guides, which is our little exercises to learn how to program, but the teacher caught wind of this.
Yeah.
So for a month, every student had to handwrite all their code.
Oh, God.
Because we were cheating, which is like Java and HTML. That's awful.
That's crazy. That's all little symbols.
We had to handwrite all of it, then we had to type it up, and that was his way to prevent us from cheating. And I was pissed because I wasn't cheating. I was the one actually doing it right because
This
all the
is
other students were.
outlandish. This is absolutely outlandish. I'm going to take you outside and kick your ass.
Did you rat everybody out because you weren't
What am
cheating?
I, a monk? This is ridiculous.
No, Casey, I was trying to be cool.
No. But so how long did it take to take a test like that?
Well, for what would take 5 minutes on the computer was about 25 on the paper.
Jesus.
Just because you got to remember the symbols, you got to squiggle them or whatever.
You have to talk through them. Just keep
This
talking.
is the goddamn dumbest thing I've ever heard. It's goddamn ridiculous.
25 on the paper.
No, but I mean, to write, who's talking about writing code is in all symbols and intense stuff. It's,
Preston, get yourself together.
I can't. Steve being outrageous Ben is killing me. Oh, this is an outrage.
Preston, our dancer wants to chime in here as well.
Oh, yes, Victoria. Yes.
Yeah, don't forget about me. Okay.
I'm
anyways.
sorry, Victoria.
No, it's okay. It's just so funny. I'm listening to how far people will go to actually cheat. And I went to a really good school, and we would literally cheat in groups, and the teachers had no idea. That's how.
No
oblivious.
idea.
I guess they were just paid so well that, like I swear, they didn't care.
Do you think there's some credence to the fact that schools who rely on, how the school's performing would allow this to happen?
I guess to keep up with their
reviews and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's conceivable.
I went to a really good school, so I guess high test scores were super important.
So it's plausible deniability, right? That you can say, okay, they're just getting good grades.
And what's funny enough, in 9th grade, I actually had a social studies teacher that would literally grade you on if he liked you or not. We would write what we had for breakfast on literally I would write the most ridiculous answers, and some of them would be right and some of them would be wrong. I swear this man graded you on whether he liked you or not, or maybe your outfit that day. I swear
I bet
he
you
didn't
did
care.
very well.
Yes, being stunningly gorgeous helps too.
I passed, by the way. And he fed us. He was a G. He was awesome.
What's going on over here? Just because she's super hot, she passes? I'm here writing goddamn code. My fingers are falling off. She talks about having egos and she gets an A+.
You're a good sport, Ben.
Yeah, that was an outrage, frankly. Goddamn, says I have a rheumatoid arthritis writing all this code. And over here, she says she had a Pop-Tart for breakfast. She has an A+.
I love when you threaten to kick their ass.
I'm sliding down. I'm going to put my foot so far up your ass, you're going to see my big toe coming out your nose.
Oh, my God.
All right, we have to wrap this up.
Oh, we do? Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
No.
Officials are working to contain a scabies outbreak.
No. What the hell?
This is at Radnor Middle School and
no way.
one student from Radnor Elementary School, yeah. Yep.
Scabies.
And at least 18 students were diagnosed with the infectious disease.
Okay, what is scabies?
It's a rash.
Okay.
Isn't that... Wait, okay. Scabies isn't crabs?
Well, it is caused by a mite. A little creature.
Okay.
But they normally it's not visible to the naked eye. But it's not It's not crabs.
It's not, okay.
It's not like
but
crotch
do you
crabs.
get it down there?
You can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
If
so
you're lucky.
The scabies will burrow under the skin and lay eggs.
Oh, God.
An itchy rash consisting of raised tracts, bumps, or blisters may appear on parts of the body, including between fingers, wrists, elbows, armpits, waistline, thighs, and genitalia.
Including the nutsack.
Yes, probably.
Yeah.
Well, there
all the little crevices and cracks.
Yeah.
They lay their
Ball
eggs.
sacks are yummy.
I remember in high school there was an outbreak in our school, but it was everyone who was getting it down there.
Yeah. So it seems like it's few and far between that we have scabies outbreaks. I always consider that one of those bizarre peripheral things like scurvy and gout.
There was the guy that I told you about that wanted to go halfsies on the fleshlight.
Oh yeah. And by the way, again, take that in. Nick knows someone who wanted to go halvesies on a fleshlight.
Yeah.
God, I hate him.
Yeah, me too. I love him, but I hate him. But there was an outbreak of it in college.
Is this guy an Elvis impersonator by any chance?
WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. I'm just curious what the over-under is on our next guest dropping an F-bomb on terrestrial radio. We love having him here. He's going to be at Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow. Michael Rappaport.
Thanks for having me.
I don't know who drops the F-bomb more, you or Casey over here. It's like every other word. And it's just what?
Off air.
Off air. I mean, I know that, but
Me too. I've been here a few times. I've never dropped it.
No,
one
you
time.
have not.
Dude,
I actually have never dropped the F-bomb on... I've never, said an F, an S, and nothing on, any sort of restricted, live TV, live radio.
I complimented you last time. I said
you were shocked.
You know how to read the room. You're a professional.
Yes.
You know what the parameters are.
Yes.
And then you exploit them. But it's great.
Yes. But I'm good with parameters. As long as I know the parameters, I'm pretty good with that.
That's hard to do.
The pre-interview conversation, it was F this and F that and that.
We're talking Knicks.
Yes.
I know.
Yes, we're talking sports, Knicks, and...
But just turn it off then. You know what I mean? I guess we do it too, but
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Well, we were talking about the Knicks and about where they are now, and I wanted to ask you because I know you have a big love-hate relationship with them, and I wanted to ask you. You've got into some beef, some contentious situations.
You talking about with upper management?
Yeah.
Some of the people in upper management?
That's exactly what I'm talking about. So my question is, now that they've implemented this facial recognition system, could that prove problematic for you?
Well, I do not plan on being able to go to any of the games live. My celebrity free ticket benefits are
rescinded.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I don't support the team, and I'm excited that they're playing the Miami Heat. It brings back old memories of the good old days with the Patrick Ewing and the John Starks and the Jeff Van Gundy days, and I'm excited about the Eastern Conference. We got the Celtics versus the Sixers. This is blue blood NBA rivalries, and we got the Knicks versus the Knicks versus the Miami Heat. So I'm excited about the NBA playoffs. But no, I have a beautiful television, and I'm looking forward to the Knicks beating the Miami Heat. The Miami Heat and Jimmy Butler are not doing what they did to the Milwaukee Bucks to the Knicks. I'm guaranteeing that.
Oh, so how much do you? Obviously, you live and breathe it, but I know you'll do your betting and sports betting. Do you have to throw on the brakes a lot when you get really passionate, or do you succumb to your your betting desires?
No, I'm not. I'm not like a
that?
betting guy. I mean, I'd bet something on this series. I got to look at the stuff just to make it more interesting. But I'm not. For me, it's all about the honey and not about the money.
All right.
I live in a. If I could be emotionally invested in a series, that's good enough for me.
Yeah.
And dismantling the Miami Heat, I don't need. There's nothing I need to get me up more than my disdain for the Miami Heat historically.
Right.
From back to when we were playing them in the '90s to the Miami Heatles with LeBron, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh.
Oh,
I don't need anything to get me excited about.
You're good.
This series. So I'm pumped up about that. I'm pumped up to be back in Philly, and I'm excited to be here talking to you guys.
It's great. It says so. We know you obviously from acting and obviously from the podcasting you've been doing for a number of years now. But learning back about your earliest days, you really wanted to become a comedian.
Yes.
Yeah. So you wanted to become a comedian. In fact, you had sort of a familial connection to the improv. The improv.
Yes.
So what was that connection?
Well, as far as wanting to be a comedian, I grew up. I wanted to be a basketball player. But I loved Eddie Murphy, and then when I stopped doing, when my hoop dreams didn't come to fruition, I thought let me start doing comedy because I'd always had things to say and been sort of mouthy, and I started doing comedy, and then that got me into acting, and the acting came very very naturally and organically, and it was like. As hard and as much as I practiced basketball, and even as much as I was enjoying doing comedy, when I started acting, I was like, this is what I'm going to do. I knew immediately that that's what I wanted to do. And, but I used to go to the Improv in Los Angeles and be around, comedy and stuff like that. When I was a teenager, I'd go visit my sister. But it never really crossed my mind until I was 19.
Okay.
You still play men's league basketball or anything like that? Pickup games?
I'm retired.
You're retired.
I'm
Okay.
retired. I should have never retired because, when you get to a certain age and you stop playing, it doesn't come back. It goes away, and it goes away rapidly.
We were talking
rapid
about
pace.
that, like the yips and know.
The yips, the knees, the toes, the elbows, everything starts to hurt quickly.
My parish, my kids' school, every year they do this March Madness tournament where the parents of the students play in a tournament, and every single year somebody, at least one person, has a significant injury.
Sure.
I'm talking torn ACL, ruptured Achilles, it happens every single year.
That's not what I want to happen to me. The reason why I actually stopped playing is because I played in a celebrity all-star game, one of these celebrity all-star games, and I broke my big toe and tore my meniscus in one game. And this is in about 12 minutes of work.
Oh, my God.
So that put me on the IR, and then I just never came back.
talking about your acting, I loved Atypical. That
Thank
was
you.
such a great series. I loved you in it. I loved the whole concept. It was so unique.
Thank you.
And I thought they did a good job of. I wish there was another season, but
Yeah.
it was a good. You guys did a good job wrapping it up.
Thank you. We had fun doing that. Got to work with the great Jennifer Jason Leigh, who I've always been a fan of.
Amazing.
Before I started acting, I was a fan of hers from everything to Fast Times at Ridgemont High to Rush and the Hateful Eight and to be able to work with her on Atypical was awesome and the movie really the show really resonated with people, and if you've never seen it, it's on Netflix. It's 4 seasons. It's a really, really beautiful show, and the fans really took to it, so I was proud of it.
The girl that played Casey,
Yep.
she was so funny. I
Yeah,
loved
really
her.
good, really good. The kids were really good.
You mentioned Hateful Eight, and I think True Romance maybe flies under the radar for some people. It's one of Tarantino's first movies. He didn't direct it, but he did write it.
Yeah. Tony Scott was the director.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Tony Scott directed it. What was your experience like? Because I was young. You were young. It was early in your career as well.
Doing True Romance was a very, very exciting thing to be a part of. The script, this is a time where there was no email, so you'd physically get the script and. Everybody in town, everybody in Hollywood, all the actors, all different ages was like, did you read the script? Did you read the script? And I remember reading it for the first time, and I had actually auditioned for a couple of other parts, and you started to hear about the cast coming together, and there was so much excitement on Quentin Tarantino post Reservoir Dogs, and Natural Born Killers was being shot at the time. So to get cast in that film was really cool, and to be on the set and be with actors that I had grown up watching, and then new actors like the great James Gandolfini. That was his first film, and
wow.
So it was very, very exciting to be a part of it, and it's a film that really lasts the test of time, and people, as much as fun people have had watching it over the years, I had just as much fun being a part of it.
So that movie came out in '93, and Casey and I were
That's
freshmen.
crazy.
I know, right?
Yeah.
It's 30 years ago.
'93 it came out?
Yeah. Casey and I were freshmen in college. And what I remember most about that movie, other than how much I loved it was a word of mouth movie. Because I don't think it did great in the theaters.
No.
But then people started getting it. It was a VHS movie.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden it started going around the college campus.
And everybody turned a honey bear into a bong.
Exactly.
And we actually used to quote you all the time because in that movie, you kind of play a goofy character. And my buddy Ed and I would go, Clarence, you getting mad?
I didn't know it was in '93, huh?
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's that's 30 years ago, and I'm looking at Chris Penn and Tom Sizemore. They passed, and Tony Scott passed, and Dennis Hopper passed, and
that's horrible, man.
And just as a I was a kid, so it was just a very I did not take that experience for granted. I took some photographs on that set. I wish I had taken more photographs. I have some Polaroids and I had one of these disposable cameras, but I definitely didn't take that experience for granted.
You've had a number of really stellar, ensemble. Copland, for one, is another one where I'm like, I look at that. That was on the day I was watching. Like, Jesus Christ, this cast is amazing.
Yeah.
And it's also, I think, the first time. I mean, obviously we knew of Stallone's capability with Rocky, but playing a completely atypical character. But what was like? Working on that set,
Same thing.
Heavy hitters.
Just so excited. I know I must have talked about this the last time I was here. Philadelphia will always be associated to me with Dr. J. And Rocky.
Mm-hmm.
And I grew up, that was my first movie that I fell in love with. And, I didn't want to be an actor. I wanted to be Rocky, and to be working with him and to be working with Robert De Niro and Sylvester Stallone and Harvey Keitel and the late, great Ray Liotta. Again, I was not taking any of it for granted. I had a ball. I was excited. I was pumped. I was elated and proud to just be around it. I mean, I'm a fan. I'm a fan first, and I've always kept that part of me alive, and it's just what I lead with is being a fan.
Sorry, Preston.
I'm sorry, but when you're around those legendary people at the time, and you were a younger actor then, is it hard not to? And I'm not saying fanboy, but just try to insert yourself and try to become buds with those people.
Well, I don't try to become buds, but as far as the fan stuff, Stallone gave me everything I wanted. Every single anecdote, every single question.
I love that.
We were doing line for line from every Rocky movie.
Really?
Oh,
Nice.
yeah. And he would do his lines. I would do Mickey lines. I would do his lines. He would do Paulie lines. Like, he was down for it. So that was cool. You know, De Niro's a little bit more shy and very quiet. De Niro's very quiet, but he's cool too. But, you have to leave your excitement in the trailer. And when you get on the set, they're not there to be interviewed and stuff like that. But if you could get, some stuff, you get some stuff. But, the first and foremost is to take care of the task at hand, which was the film Copland.
Well, you're a damn good actor, and there are a lot of scenes that you are just pivotal in making great. But you talk about Rocky, and we've had Carl Weathers in here, we've had John G. Avildsen, the director,
of course,
and it holds that.
Have you not had Stallone yet?
No,
we talked to him on the phone. We've never had him.
Never had, and I'm like,
you gotta get Sylvester Stallone in the air.
Yeah, Frank's been by a few times.
Frank Stallone. I'm sure Frank wants to come all the time.
Yes, he does.
And he wants to stay. He doesn't leave.
Yeah.
Frank's got stuff to sell.
Yeah. Take it back.
Yeah.
Take it back. I mean, my Rocky, like, it's. I mean, I know you guys are from here, but like when I'm in the city and I see like it's just part of my DNA.
Yeah. That scene, we talk about it all the time. Burgess Meredith, Mickey showing up.
What about my prime, Mick?
Exactly.
It's the best.
At least you had a prime.
Yeah.
It ain't working nothing. I could do that's my movie.
Let me ask you if you agree, because Preston and I are have very definitive take on the series. I think the one that comes closest is Rocky Balboa to the original Rocky. Have you seen that
movie?
Well, of course I've seen it.
Yeah.
I got to be honest. I got to be honest.
Yeah.
I did not love Rocky Balboa.
Really?
Why not?
There's just a few reasons that I didn't love it. I was gutted that Adrian passed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to criticize it because I just didn't love it. I know a lot of people are staunch, Rocky Balboa fans. I'm going to rewatch it. I'm going to rewatch it again. There was moments in Creed, the first Creed.
Great.
There was some stuff. I think that character and the way he plays the character, it just resonates. There's just some magical thing that he's able to articulate. Particularly, I know Kathy's probably like, this is like guy talk. But there's just something about the way he presents that character that we relate to.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it's like a magic sauce.
Yeah.
But I mean, Rocky 1, Rocky 2, Rocky 3. Rocky 4. Even
Rocky 5. Rocky 5.
I like Rocky 5, but I was also a child.
I didn't mind Rocky 5.
Yeah.
The flashbacks with Mickey. Get up, you son of a bee, because Mickey loves you.
Yeah.
I mean, that is, come on, man. Tommy Guns. Paulie. I mean, there's always something.
What about Friends? Did you watch that?
Of course. Yes. Of course, I watch Friends, and I'm happy to have been a part of Friends. That was fun.
How many episodes did you do?
I think it was like four episodes of that show.
Phoebe's boyfriend, and then did that end with you shooting the bird?
That ended with me shooting the bird. That ended with a bad choice. I could have been married to Phoebe. We could have went off in the sunset.
By the way, if you're just tuning in, Michael Rappaport's here. He's going to be at Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow, 7:30, 10 p.m. By the way, both 7:30 shows and tomorrow's 10 p.m. show are sold out.
Okay.
Tickets are available for the 10 p.m. show.
Come to the 10 p.m. show
tonight. And that's
Friday night.
You were in Only Murders in the Building.
Yes.
As well. And I have not. I got to go back to it.
It's a good show.
It is a great show.
It's fun.
And you were a wonderful D-bag.
Yes, I love doing that part. I love doing that show with those dudes.
And you're by play with Selena Gomez. Terrific.
I had a ball.
Yeah.
It was so much fun. The character was so creepy and just nasty and funny and again, working with Steve Martin and Martin Short, and when I just like when they show up on set, you're like, yo, these dudes are my dudes. You know what I mean? Like Steve Martin, like, you know, like I felt like a kid at first because I'm just like, you know, I didn't think I would be so sort of taken back by him, but like, you know, him throughout the years, and particularly, you know, when I was 7 or 8 on Saturday Night Live, and you know, the wild and crazy guy and the jerk, and all his films, and he still looks like he's always had the gray hair. So he walks in the room, and it's like, yo, there's Steve Martin. He's got the glasses, he's got the nose, and you know, I'm like, this is crazy. So. You know, I want to give it to him. And, you know, I was making them laugh, you know, the first scene we shot in. You know, like I had fun doing that. I had fun doing that part.
You know, it's great, and it's something that we always say. It's sad, and you said it earlier on. You're a fan. You love the movies. You love this stuff, and you don't lose that. It's sad when you see someone who's in the business, you know, was excited by the business. That's why they got in it, acting or whatever, and they lose. They lose it and they don't like it anymore. And you know, it's sad when that happens, but you've never lost that. You've always kept you're split. You're the spectator, you're the moviegoer, the TV watcher, and you're the actor.
Yeah, I'm always a fan, and I'm fortunate. You know, you get frustrated with the business aspect of it.
Sure.
You get to know the minutia of the business, but the doing and the being around it and the excitement I get from watching other actors, from watching other shows, from watching other films. That's still, you know, very much a part of what gets me off, what excites me and what inspires me. And, yeah, I mean, I love it. I do love it. I do love it, and I'm very, very fortunate to have had the opportunities that I have. And, you know, and you know, I like I said, you know, when I think back to the stuff I've done, I didn't take it for granted.
Excellent.
I'm glad I did. I wish I had more cameras. You know, there's stuff, but you know, some things don't need to be photographed.
I
You know,
agree.
The memories, are good. You know, like we're so accustomed to shooting pictures of every single thing now.
Yeah,
I probably would have got kicked off the set of True Romance at Copland if I had an iPhone. They'd be like, what are you doing here?
Leave us alone.
Yeah, like, yo, we're not taking selfie number 74 today with Stallone.
Is part of the fun of that gig that it's different every time? Is that there's okay, new project. Here we go, something fresh. You know what I mean?
It's new project. It's new people. It's the elation that I still get between action and cut. It's the elation of performance. You know, you guys say, you know, in the beginning we were talking about you know, cursing and not cursing, but you know, you guys do this every day. But you know, on your sick day or your most tired day, when there's something about being on live radio, live TV, you know, between action and cut as an actor, like that's what we get off on.
Nice.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
That is what we get off on. That is the feeling that we thrive on. I don't care if it's radio. I don't care if it's, you know, doing a guest on a sports show. I don't care if it's acting with the people we've mentioned. That I still get elation from. Performing in front of a live audience, you know, this weekend in Philadelphia, last night. There's nothing, just that's what we do. Yeah. That is just what we get. We don't get fearful of it. We might get excited. There might be a little buzz of, you know, positive nervousness, but I get off on that.
So I didn't realize that you were a child of radio people.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, well, it's a little, I got to fix that Wikipedia. My father was the general manager of a radio station in New York City.
Which one?
Called WKTU. It was originally WKTU Mellow 92.
Okay.
And this is 1978, 79. And then they switched from mellow rock to disco.
I remember the station because I'm from New York, and they were a popular station.
They went from the bottom of the top, and it was the first station in the city that played disco, for better or for worse. Yeah. But you know, like I would go to, you know, I'd wind up at, you know, going to his job, and you know, the DJ booth was. It felt a lot smaller than this, and you know the DJs would be like, don't come, because I was nuts, I was crazy, I was a kid, and you know, they were physically putting the needle on the actual record, and if it skipped, it skipped. If it got bumped, it got bumped. And then I would go into the record room, and there was this room. It didn't feel that big, but it was just walls and walls of records. And
did you feel it was magical?
Oh yeah. And you bring home the records, and I would take care of them because you didn't want them to scratch, because. There wasn't like you could get another copy. Like that was it. You're just listening to whatever it was over and over and over and over.
True. Yeah. Wow. It's great because there is that sense of magic when you get behind a microphone. So you got in early years ago on the podcast.
Yes.
You've been doing this for quite a while. That obviously is something that speaks to you that you enjoy.
I love it.
And you've been working the stand-up comedy as well because it's not something that you just presuppose. Okay, I got this. You've worked it for a while.
Yeah. I mean, the podcasting, I got in before podcasts, became like MySpace pages. Everybody and everything is podcasted. But I love doing it. It's fun. It's the I Am Rappaport Stereo podcast. And the thing that I love about the podcast is that, it's you're the actor, you're the performer, you do the sound, you do the editing, you're producing. So I enjoy that. And similar with stand-up comedy, as much as I love acting, you always have to defer some things you might think are great and they'll get cut out and stuff like that. So, stand-up comedy and being in front of a live audience, the immediacy of that is like no other. Just the vibe you get from the audience, albeit good, bad, just the feeling in a club, and that it's just a totally different kind of thing, and I just enjoy it. And particularly, this is the third time I'm performing at Helium. The Philadelphia crowds are I love them because they participate. They're sophisticated, but they're blue collar. They're no nonsense. I love performing at that club.
We get that all the time, and you're gonna do great. You're gonna have a great weekend.
By the way, I wanted to ask you before we have to wrap, but I thought I heard you mention or pronounce the T in Rappaport. Is that silent or not?
No, I'm not French. Some people, they go Rappaport. I'm like, there's a T there for a reason.
Okay, all right.
And I don't know if you pronounce it or not, but yeah, it's definitely Rappaport.
All right.
I don't know what the port was. I don't know if that was an actual port or if there was boats coming in or coming out. But
it is a port.
There is a port there.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, excellent. Well,
some people go pori. I don't know why, but
well, it is great to see you. Thanks for coming by.
I appreciate you guys always having me. I appreciate the support. I really do. I'm glad you guys had me on again. And
we'll play a little Tribe Called Quest on the way out for you.
Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Rappaport.
Thank you guys.
On the show, Helium Comedy Club tonight. One show left. It's 10 o'clock show. Get those tickets. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We got your concert cash word on the way. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Trail because there's no STD thing going on.
Yep. Okay. So it's interesting that you mentioned that, and that's possibly where this particular outbreak came from. But I'll get into those details in a moment. How bad did it get for you?
It was horrible, dude. Every fold in your skin on your body, they burrow into and they lay eggs, and there's these little tunnels. It's horrible. And
you're laughing as you're talking about scabies tunnels.
Yes.
Yeah.
These tunnels, they're like under your skin, like in your knuckles and the creases of your finger.
I want to die.
So Maddie,
in your junk too.
In your junk. Okay, we're looking at a picture. You're right, Maddie. It says skin condition caused by burrowing mite.
And they lay the eggs in there. Yeah.
They lay the eggs. It was horrible. They gave me this poison that I had to rub all over my body.
Yep.
And I had to wait like an hour and let it seep in. And then blistering caused. There's blistering afterwards.
Maddie, let me ask you, Did they make the trip down to your junk? Did you have it around that region?
They were anywhere there's a fold or a crease. There is burrowing mites.
And not for anything. Go ahead.
Here's the reason why it spreads like that. The incubation period is like 2 to 6 weeks.
Oh my God!
Before the itching even occurs, so it gets all over your body. These
and you
things,
don't know yet.
And like you said, Maddie, listen. It says the doctor in this story said you apply this cream. It's a topical prescription from scalp to toes. Every part of the body.
Everywhere, and it burns.
And then you have to sleep overnight with it on. They said it needs to be on for 8 to 10 hours for it to work properly. Yeah.
Do you have to put it in the butthole?
Oh, my God.
You put it everywhere, Preston.
Okay.
Thank you for clearing your throat.
Do you have to put it butthole?
No, I'm a 40-year-old man, and I had it when I was like 30, and I had to have my mother rub the cream on my back.
Well, you didn't have to.
Yeah, I would have.
I mean, can you
Like, who else am I going to ask?
I don't know.
Thanks, Maddie. I appreciate it.
Maybe like a girl.
Somebody who could put it in your
mother. I have to go over to my 30-year-old single son and rub ointment in his ass.
That is horrifying.
Yeah, that's nasty.
I did not realize the burrowing was an issue. That that adds a whole other realm of hell to it. I always thought it was a slightly bit more benign, but it does sound very similar to genital crabs.
So they said the outbreak was caused by a camping trip that some of the students attended.
Oh, they went to Whore Island.
The doctor said they all hung out together, which is the typical story for scabies. Some of the kids, we did see a few of them, and that, that most likely it was just because they were all in close contact with each other. They were camping.
Oh, yeah.
And that's when the whores come in.
It's true. So sleeping bags and things of that nature and camping tents, it's a confined space.
I've had a few texts come in, and also it looked like a call had been up as well. Were you guys familiar with chiggers?
Yeah. Chiggers, yes.
Yeah. Growing up I lived in the South for a little while, and we would always warn about, those look like chigger bites. Which were painful. I mean, because you could scratch them until they bled almost. I mean, as a kid, I was just itch so much you wouldn't stop scratching.
That's why that park went out of business at Chiggerland.
Yeah, no, that's Digger World.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm thinking of. But anyhow, I don't know if they're the same.
They're related, I guess.
Are they?
Yeah, they're also mites. They're just different kind of mites.
Chiggers, I always assumed were a little bit bigger.
I don't know. Mites, I guess, you can't really see them.
No, these ones are called trombiculid mites.
Okay.
Which are different than the scabies mites.
By the way, there are little creatures all over your body all the time, Kathy.
I plan on it.
Oh, stop it.
Like in your hair follicles?
Not constantly. Oh, crawling in and out of all sorts of orifices.
No, not mine.
And then, they of course, they have to defecate.
Right. I mean, they are alive.
I mean, and so all over your body, there's little recesses where they're crapping.
All right.
And then having sex.
Interesting.
In your own body.
Growing up, my dogs would get fleas all the time.
Yeah.
And it's never been an issue.
From sleeping with dirty dogs.
No, but I mean, it's kind of an invasive species.
It's incredibly invasive.
And
once you get it in the house,
we had to have our house bombed a couple of times. And because, my one dog, he would just kind of like hop the fence and run the neighborhood. So I don't know where you pick up fleas. Where do you?
Anywhere.
Any street corner. You should dress like slutty.
Nothing quite like Scabby Welts, man.
Yeah.
That's
the old bluegrass singer.
His name is Scabby Welts, and he sold more records in Pakistan than Slim Whitman. Hi, I'm Scabby Welts. I'm great here to provide you folks with music. Music that'll make you want to scratch.
He and Boxcar Willie went out on tour together, so.
But he died of scratching himself to death.
Yeah. Scabby Welts. You remember Scabby?
Yeah.
From the good old days.
Order now and get a second collection from Pussy Fistula.
Oh, my God. Let's see if we can get an answer to our stupid question. Wow. I don't know who's on the phone. I don't know what they have to say. So I think our phone screener's messed up here. So
this is Guess the Caller Wednesdays, Preston. It's a new thing.
Okay. Hang on now. My phone lines aren't even lit up.
Okay.
Casey has to do what's called retake the board.
You need a gun?
No, it's a little step process where he has to hit a few buttons. And can I try it?
You can try it.
Go for
it. Let me see here.
Go for it.
No, that doesn't work. It doesn't work. So now he's got to do
Is
this.
this because of cleaning?
Of course it is.
Oh, it is.
You touched something.
I didn't do the board.
Try now, bro.
All right. Hi. No. It shows that somebody has them on the line right now.
Did Bill Weston do the board?
No,
Hey, Casey,
Robin did the board.
Can you talk to them through that?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, Casey's going to interpret. Ask the person who's on the phone.
Hey, WMMR, who's this? John, how you doing, bro? What's your
All right.
answer, man? What's the question?
Ask John. So the angles in a triangle add up to how many degrees?
Yeah, how many degrees, bro?
Bro.
He says 180. Is that right?
John's right.
Wait, hold the earpiece up to the microphone.
Yeah, let's see if we can hear this.
All right.
Hey, wait. I got to wait for the bells and
No,
whistles.
you'd have to put the other one so we could hear him.
Yeah, this one. Yeah, there you go. Hey, John, can you hear me? No, Casey, there. Jesus. Let me try this again. John, can you hear me? John, say something. Can you hear me? No, we can't hear him. Casey's actually holding the handset up to the microphone.
He was talking, John. Can you hear
I know,
him?
but we can't. The mic.
Yeah,
just barely.
By the way, I think he said his name is Ken.
Now, is this John or Ken? He did say Ken.
That's why I wasn't answering.
All right, listen, Ken. Sammy's got to go.
We gotta go. You won.
Oh dear God! Wow. All right.
Give him his goddamn prize.
So the answer is 180 degrees.
All right.
I think we have it. I think it's
I have
fixed
no
now.
empathy.
Hold
I
on.
have no
Wait. No, it's not. I just hit the button and nothing happened.
It's not.
That sucks. It's not working, Case.
Great.
We were going to play the whoosh whoosh.
Oh, jeez.
Nothing is working.
How did they clean the board with a hammer?
No, we use Q-tips.
Q-tips attached
We
to hammers?
specifically didn't hit any buttons or unplug anything.
Or you did.
Or it
push
did.
buttons
Totally did.
and had lesbian love on the board.
Casey's trying to fix this so that we can hear that wonderful sound effect, but it's going to take a little while, so I'll move on.
I bet you other shows can play woot woot.
Okay, now the board just disappeared on me.
Everything's shut down.
I wonder if we're even on the air.
Are we on the air right now?
Oh, no.
Marissa, can you go into the other room and just kind of give us a thumbs up? Let us know if you can hear us on the.
I think things would sound different
On the radio
in our
waves?
headphones if we were
This is
on
the
air.
longest emergency broadcast signal of all time.
Right. It's literally the board, which is normally lit up with all kinds of crazy blinking lights, is now dead. All right, now it came back on. All right.
Yeah.
Yep, we're good to go.
Marissa says yes.
We're still on the air. Congratulations, guys. We were talking earlier about the three women behind home plate at the World Series, flashing their bibbies. By the way, did that make it on national television?
yeah.
It did, yes.
Clearly. I don't care about the World Series right now. So.
There was no mistaking it, and I find myself watching behind home plate a lot. I don't know
I always
why,
do
but
too.
I get distracted by it, and then you saw this coming on, and it was one of those things where the instant reaction was, "Wait, did I just see what I think I just saw?" Yeah,
right.
Are the mooning and the pressed ham as big anymore?
I mooned somebody last week.
You did last week?
Yeah.
I didn't.
I was going to Preston, but I didn't want to. It was down the hall at the other studio.
I didn't see.
Wait, our own coworkers?
Yeah.
I didn't see bare ass yesterday, but I did see a man spread his butt cheeks on the streets of Philadelphia.
What?
Why?
So we were at Steven Singer Jewelers, and we were walking over there, and somebody had pulled over to it was at right at 8th and Walnut, insanely busy there. Okay, so this person had parked his car in a non-parking spot too close to the corner. A city bus is making the turn. The car's parked where it shouldn't be, so the bus can't make the turn. The car is in the way. So the bus driver starts leaning on the horn. Well, the guy who had parked the car happened to be standing right there, and he didn't like that. And he starts flipping off the bus driver. Meanwhile, everybody else is honking their horn, going, dude, move your car, move your car. And the guy bends over, spreads his butt cheeks. I took video after it.
Did he drop trow?
No, he didn't, but he wanted to. He was pointing to his ass and spreading his butt cheeks.
Was he like, "Excuse me, may I ask you a few questions?"
No, but he was spreading his butt cheeks and pointing to it. So it wasn't a full-on moon, and it wasn't pressed ham, but it was
still
very entertaining.
Yeah.
So this chick is winning.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's talking about
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, done deal.
Totally.
Yeah, of course. But she was winning when God gave her a DNA structure that ended up working out nicely.
But this strategy has worked.
Yeah. So the thing is what do you do next? How do you top that?
I think you try to become a Supreme Court judge.
Maybe you do that.
All right, guys. When's the next game? Is it tonight?
Yep.
All right.
You going to do it, Case?
Preston Steve butt plug behind home plate. What do you think? Do you think that'll get us some?
What do you mean?
If I put a butt plug in and I moon the camera and it says Preston and Steve on it.
I didn't know.
I thought this was a charity thing.
I thought it was a charity event.
I thought he was talking about promoting a charity.
All right, I'll put a can of something up there instead.
Yeah.
But we use
It'll be the Camp Out for Hunger.
We say butt plug all the time.
How about inserting a mag light?
Yeah.
I didn't know you were going actual butt plug.
No, is it Preston Steve butt? Yeah, I guess you're. No.
There's a fan there putting a full police mag light into his butt.
You know, the game sure has changed, Ralph.
It's for breast cancer.
Yeah.
You got to get to Houston tonight, Case. It's not in D.C. Sorry.
Yeah. Houston, maybe.
Well, you see, D.C. would have been doable.
Right. All right. How much for a
D.C. was D.C. was viable, but Houston seems extraordinarily difficult.
Wait, what did you say? How much for a mag light?
No. How much, I may have said that. How much? No. For behind the home plate seats.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yes, do you carry full-size mag lights like the police use? It's for my butt.
MMR's Concert Cash. Now, here's your Concert Cash keyword.
Apologize for the tardiness. Here we go. The word is worth. WORTH. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. Now, you can do it at the contest page at WMMR.com, on the MMR app, or text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and all MMR winners get 2 tickets to the MM Barbecue Saturday, September 16th. Tickets are on sale now, and winners get a call from our company, Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone contest rules at WMMR.com for WMMR2 details. Text word finally to 39333 for a link to the information, and it's sponsored by Meineke. So again, the word is worth, WORTH. Enter that right now. Let's take a look at traffic. Kathy, it's up this morning.
We have a sailboat coming through southbound, so the Tacony-Palmyra Bridge is stopped in both directions.
I'm sailing.
295 northbound, heavy 47 to 42. 42 north, heavy from 41 to 295. We've got on 95 southbound, jam traffic from Cotman through to Bridge. Once you get to the Vine, westbound, that's slow 95 to Broad Street. And then the Ben Franklin Parkway to the Schuylkill, eastbound, the Schuylkill to Broad. North 95, the exit ramp at Bridge Street permanently closed. You have to use Aramingo. The Boulevard southbound jams from 5th to 9th. This traffic report brought to you by Whole Foods Market. Up your spring recipe at Whole Foods Market. Animal welfare certified air-chilled boneless skinless chicken breast is just $5.99 per pound with Prime through May 2nd while supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, let's officially open the door to No So Sad Bro Friday, please.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, B-File brought to you by Mulch Works of Aston. They offer the highest quality mulch and topsoil that's manufactured on-site. And they also have leaf compost, decorative stone pavers, and more. Delivery or pickup for residential and commercial markets. Just visit mulchthis.com. Well, a man has admitted performing a sex act while kneeling over a captured seagull and watching pornography on his cell phone.
So, oral or butt stuff?
Well, I think he went with the oral.
Wow, that is a risky deal.
David Lee admitted causing unnecessary
Well, they eat hot dogs.
suffering to a bird. Gulls on the roof. This is in England, by the way. Gulls on the roof of South Tennessee Magistrates Court could be heard calling out as the bench watched video of the bizarre incident. Leslie Burgess, prosecuting, told the court that Lee had chased one bird before picking up a smaller gull and was caught on video looking at his phone while holding the bird between his legs and pleasuring himself. Once he had finished, he pulled up his pants and gave the bird a little kick. Lee was arrested nearby and told police that he had picked up the gull because he thought it was hurt and was looking on his phone to find out what he should do. And I guess he looked up and realized he should spank it on the bird. But
It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah.
But instead of searching for Yvette's phone number as he claimed to have done, police revealed Lee had actually been looking at porn sites.
Man.
Annalise Morscondi, defending, said that Lee has a history of mental ill health and asked for a psychiatric report to be prepared ahead of sentencing.
I'm sorry, but that sounds so hot.
I know. All right, this is messed up. Staffers, as if that story wasn't messed up.
Wasn't sexy enough.
Staffers at an elementary school in Brownsburg, Indiana, are now facing criminal charges after investigators say they told a 7-year-old student to eat his own vomit.
No, are you kidding me? No.
And then failed to report the incident. Prosecutor's office filed criminal charges against 5 staff members in connection with the incident in which a special education student was mistreated during lunch. Police learned about the incident on April 12th, although it occurred during a lunch period in February. Prosecutor's office identified the staff members in charges. They are charging Sarah Seymour, Deborah Kenneppy, Julie Taylor, Kristen Mitchell, and Megan King.
What, are they doing their own version of Jackass?
According to the police, Seymour advised a 7-year-old student that if he vomited, he would have to eat whatever he threw up.
Oh, man.
The child, on a tray provided by Taylor, indeed vomited, at which point Kenneppy provided the child with a spoon. Seymour and Canopy stood on either side of the boy while he ate a portion of the vomit.
The thing with vomit is you're going to think about using a fork, but you're going to use a spoon
to get every drop.
I mean, listen, one person, making something, but the fact that there were 2 people that were complicit in this is mind blowing.
Let me ask you something. Is it possible that the kid is sick and has some sort of condition? I mean, why they're making the kid.
I was a special education student, so, I mean, that makes it even worse in my mind.
I mean, you're brutalizing a kid for having a physical reaction.
So the child then used paper towels to clean up what remained. Mitchell and King witnessed what happened. According to the probable cause affidavit, video shows the incident of the involvement in the 5 staff members. None of them reported what happened. The termination process has already been started for Seymour and Canopy. The others remain on administrative leave, while the district and police previously said they had reviewed video evidence of the encounter. They had not disclosed the nature of the mistreatment. Wow.
I thought it was bad when my brother was in, I think, 7th or 8th grade. His teacher made him clean up somebody else's vomit because he cringed and turned away.
Well, that's a natural reaction.
Horrible.
Yeah, she was an a-hole.
That's horrible.
It's a natural reaction.
All right, a lighter story.
I don't like it.
Yet painful. A woman in Somalia, and I have to use some euphemisms here, okay?
Oh, I like this.
Had to undergo emergency surgery after getting shot accidentally, specifically in the man in the boat.
Whoa!
What the hell?
Like
the Dolores?
Like the bullet was lodged in the Dolores.
Wait.
She was just relaxing at home. And it was published in the International Journal of Surgery.
The boat's
case
sinking.
reports. So study authors wrote, to the best of our knowledge, is the first wayward bullet injury penetrating the vulvar area, which is the outer part of the female genitals, with a retained bullet in the Dolores, we'll call it.
I hear vulvas have a very high safety rating.
The 24-year-old, yes, they're boxy, but they are very safe. Remember that.
I got you, yeah.
A 24-year-old unnamed patient had been relaxing at home when all of a sudden a stray bullet came through her ceiling and struck her in the nether regions.
Wow.
The alarmed woman reported to the hospital in Mogadishu, where a CT scan revealed that the errant lead pellet had lodged itself inside of the Dolores. As far as the study authors knew, this was the first case of its kind. Surgeons placed the patient under local anesthesia.
That's almost like a trick shot.
And removed the projectile from her private parts. Thankfully, she didn't suffer any complications following the leadectomy, I guess is what they call it.
Leadectomy. I guess they removed lead, right?
Was discharged from in the following day in good condition. A follow-up appointment a month later, doctors determined that the woman was still in good health. All right, and I'm just getting started. I got other weird stories, which we'll get to in another round of the B file later on. All right, you got about 3 minutes left to enter the word worth for the MMR concert cash, WORTH. So make sure you do that now. And we have a special post-Bizarre File interview.
Oh, my God.
To do. We actually spoke to him not that long ago, but he is in town playing at City Winery tomorrow night. And we were just talking about Rocky a moment ago. And we always talk about Rocky when we have our good friend, Mr. Joe Matares, on the program today. Joe.
Come on.
Come on.
Can I shake the Rocky thing? Come on.
It's all good, bud. How you doing, man?
I'm good.
Wonderful.
I'm good.
Happy to
How
hear
are you guys?
We are well. Thanks for asking.
Yes.
You were just in town not that long ago, and you're selling out your show in, I believe, the Scottish Rite Auditorium. But you're back in town again. You're tomorrow night, City Winery. Have you played that venue yet?
This is my second time there, but the last time was like towards the end of COVID, so it was like semi weird, but it was great. I loved it.
Dude, we're looking at your graphic. It's Greatest Hits main stage. It's the poster. And it's a young picture of you. You look like Denny Terrio from Dance Fever.
I do look like Denny Terrio there.
Wow. Yeah, you did have some high hair at that point in your life.
I hope people can tell that that's not me now. Like, there's always dumb people when you make promos that are like, "Oh, what is that?" I'm like, "Nah." It's like I gotta tell the artist on the phone. I'm like, "Add some wrinkles into the picture."
Yeah,
make me look old. How do you do that?
You know, it's good though. Joe, is that you're always kind of you look for different ways, and you always change the show up. You're always evolving the show and doing different approaches, and that's very cool. But I assume that has to be kind of daunting, always having to, because you don't just sit on the same material for a decade.
No, well, you probably don't have to. That's what's sad. Yeah. Like that's why this is more of a greatest hits tour, because I wanted to experiment and see if I could rehash old material and make it funny now, and go through the catalog like a musician does. So that's what this is, and a lot of people don't know some of my old bits, and then I give them the stories behind the bits, kind of like a behind the music VH1 kind of thing.
I like that.
All right, so if you say do you change them to work now, or to change some references, or?
Well, sometimes I'll go, here's a joke that doesn't work anymore.
Okay. All right.
Because it's gotten politically correct, and you go, okay, well, this is like something that makes people uncomfortable, and it's fun to see if you can get it to work. You're
okay.
Or like sometimes they're old news stories. Like I have a bit. I'll tell it really quickly. And do you remember when? And it's Philly oriented, so I can do it in Philly. But do you remember when it came out in the news that Julius Erving had an illegitimate daughter?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was like a big news story, and like I had a joke about it, saying, "Why are they making such a stink? What about Wilt Chamberlain? Who had a book that said he slept with over 40,000 women."
Right.
Yeah. Imagine how many illegitimate daughters that guy probably had. I go, where do you think the WNBA came from?
Oh man.
And then I'll pause and go, that W didn't even stand for women.
It will.
Yeah.
That one still holds up.
That would still hold up. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I love stuff like this. Florentine did a thing one time where he released he found a book of old material.
His early stuff that was terrible.
I don't know if you got a chance to hear it, Joe, but he goes to these old jokes, and they're excruciating, but that's what makes it great, is that you can even hear him going, ugh, like he can't believe how bad the material is. But it's kind of cool to do this stuff. So so when you're doing this, you're actually referencing the time frame and asking the audience to sort of assess if the material is still valid or not.
Yeah, that, and sometimes I'll go yell a year. And like, you know what's weird is I have a terrible memory. You know, I'm in my 50s now. My memory stinks. But when you yell a year, I can remember 3 bits from that year.
Wow.
And I'll be able to, and I can tell them perfectly. It's like I'm a savant for my stand-up material.
Wow.
So,
Well, that's good. Yeah, if you're going to remember anything, make it your act.
yeah, well, it's funny. Like they'll say, like, "Oh, 2000." Let's think, like 2007. Like I'll be like, "Oh, okay, I did Letterman that year." Oh, well, here's a story about doing Letterman. Or if they'll yell a year, and I'll know that's when my wife was pregnant, having our first kid, and I'll remember bits about her being pregnant. You know, like that kind of thing.
That's pretty wild.
But it has to be during the time frame of your stand-up career that they yell out?
No,
Years?
like they could. No, that's what's weird. Like I've been doing this since I was 19 years old, and I'm 55. So like you yell a year, like when I was a kid. You know, you say I was born in 67.
All right, when did Dan's Fever premiere?
Yeah, 79. Somewhere around there,
Give us 79.
77.
I'm trying to, you know what's crazy? I have such a stand-up connection to things. When you said Denny Terrio, that I look like him in the poster, I immediately thought of an old Dennis Miller bit where he said something about, I remember a Denny Terrio reference. Do you remember the bit?
I don't. And I'm a big Dennis Miller fan. I don't.
Oh, God, the early Dennis Miller when he had that Off-White album. I remember it was something about downtown Beirut. He goes something about like, you imagine being a window washer in downtown Beirut. And he goes, I reach over to the bucket to wash. I turn back, no building.
Yeah, true.
It's something about that these people would go to jail for dancing or something.
Okay.
I remember Denny Terrio. He goes, imagine Denny Terrio in Beirut, something like that.
It's so weird
I love
that
how old we are.
Yeah, it's a weird thing to remember. Well, I have to ask you this because I didn't know this. I see this. You had you have a Bill Cosby story. Apparently, that Bill Cosby gave you some advice. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you give us a quick version of that?
Quick version. You know, it's crazy because it's very positive. It was like one of the greatest moments in my life. I took my dad and I went to see Cosby at the Apollo. And this is like, geez, this is 20 years ago, you know?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And my cousin was with me, and we had backstage passes because my cousin knew a woman that used to work for Cosby. And we start talking to him, and within a second, he can tell that I'm a comedian. I forget what I said to him. And he's like, hold on. Like, me being a comedian made him go, oh, this isn't your typical meet and greet fan that wants a picture autographed. He's like, oh, well, hold on. Let me get rid of these people, and then I'll come back over to you. He comes back over. He tells the stagehand to get him chairs. And he goes, what do you want to ask me? And he set these chairs in a circle. So it's me, my dad, and my cousin, and Bill Cosby.
That's pretty wild.
And I asked him a question about mood. Because I said, this is me 20 years ago when my mood used to be, most people are, comedians especially, we're kind of moody people, and I used to find it very hard to do stand-up if I was in a bad mood. I'm like, do I pretend I'm in a good mood, or do I go up in a bad mood and tell the crowd I'm in a bad mood and do my material as
So what did he recommend?
And he told me to get this book that he wrote. He goes, hey, this is what was great.
He was selling a book.
Yeah, he goes, don't buy it. That's what he said. He goes, go to the library or pull it off of the bookshelf and read this chapter. The book's called Cosmetology. And there's a chapter in there where he gets a gig where he bombs in Chicago. When he walks on stage, they introduce him and say, this next guy is a young up-and-comer. Give it up for Bill Cosby. And he goes on stage and bombs. It was just, very early in his career. And then he's in the dressing room, about to go back to his hotel, and he's quitting the gig. It went so bad, and even though he has another show that night, and the owner goes, "What are you doing?" He goes, I'm not good enough to. I'll have to do Bill. I'm not good enough to be here. I can't do this. I'm not at the level to be at your club. I apologize, right? And the guy goes, all right, you're right. That did go really badly, but do me a favor when you get back to the hotel, get Bill Cosby and tell him to come back for the 10 o'clock. Right?
That's great. That's great.
And
Yeah.
then he comes back, and the guy goes, ladies and gentlemen, Bill Cosby. And Cosby from the back of the room goes, what about Up and Comer? He said Up and Comer on the first show, and the crowd starts laughing. And he ends up killing, and he goes, I almost did none of my material. I was just riffing the whole set.
Okay.
And then you and your dad were able to get out of there before he offered you the wine, correct?
Yeah, there was no one. Yeah, it's gotten to the point where you can't do anything on radio or TV being pro.
Yeah.
Bill Cosby. I'll tell you what, I had a Bill Cosby.
Well, we don't have a lot of time. We're gonna have to. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
man. Yeah,
Joe.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be conscious because we were talking about Bill Cosby.
Yeah.
You can't go positive at all. Like,
No. Yeah, well, he did a couple things. He did a couple things with Benadryl.
But at that time,
who knew?
Nobody.
Thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah.
I appreciate you bringing up Cosby in my interview.
Well, you're known as the big defender.
No. All right.
you're not.
Listen, we're pressed for time, but Joe, tomorrow night, City Winery, the greatest hits.
Yes, I love this idea.
Go and see Joe and have your favorite year picked out and ready to go.
Yeah.
And local Steve Cooper and Tyler Wolf will be opening for me.
Cool.
Awesome. All right, Joe, we love you. Have a great weekend, man.
Thanks, guys.
All right, take care. Joe Matares. We're taking a break. We're coming back in a moment. Stay with us. All right. We shall return shortly.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. What's going on?
They play little clips.
I'm Kelly Ripa, and everyone was moved to tears when Casey put a mag light in his butt.
And said, F hunger in the butt.
Those inspiring words are now etched on marble.
That's the statement trying to be made.
Yeah.
F hunger in the butt. F hunger in the butt. Camp out.
Can't wait to see those signs this year.
Oh my God, no.
No, you can't. It's offending.
Have your son or daughter.
Yeah.
Camp out for hunger. Let's circle back to the royal family for just a moment. Kate Middleton and Prince William discussed marriage while they were dating in order to take the pressure off of themselves and make sure they wanted to spend the rest of their lives together. In royal correspondent Katie Nichols' new book, Kate, the Future Queen, she writes, there on the Paradise Island, William promised Kate that he was in the relationship for the long term. For the very first time, they talked seriously about marriage, and with the ocean before them and beneath the night sky, they made a pact to marry.
My dearest Kate, I love you.
What island were they on? Does it say?
It says the Paradise Island. I don't know if that means Paradise Island in the Bahamas or not.
Yeah, they went to like a Club Med thing.
Yeah.
Unlimited drinks and you don't have to tip. I left my wallet at home. I can't get enough of Buster Poindexter.
They played a hot. Everywhere you go.
It's like Marley in Jamaica.
Hey.
Totally. Oh my God. He's walking. He's got two drinks with the little umbrellas in his hand. Do a little sachet.
ID.
As the music's playing.
More jerk chicken, please.
The pair did
They
split.
call it oatmeal, but it tastes like tapioca.
The pair did split temporarily after they made that pact, but all's well that ends well. Of course, they got married in 2011. They have 3 kids, and it's a wonderful, beautiful relationship.
Yeah, I like her a lot.
Speaking of beautiful relationships, Amy Schumer and Chris Fisher shocked many when they got married in a secret beach ceremony 2 years ago. But ever since, the pair have turned into couples goals for many. She posted a tribute to him, acknowledging what has changed and what hasn't since welcoming a baby together. She wrote, but before we had our little babe, it was just us. I love Chris so much. I hope whoever you are with is so kind to you and also drives you. Oh, I hope whoever you are with. Is there some of the shut up? Just improv that you have been known to, become to known as. I haven't heard that in a while.
It's in a while.
No, I hope whoever you are with.
Asked, is there some of the improv that you have been come to known as?
From Touchstone Pictures, The King's Speech 2.
Is there some of the improv that you have been come to known as?
Oh my God. Oh. I love that idea. I absolutely love that idea. Pregnant Meghan Markle's sartorial choices.
Yes.
These are clothes?
Clothing, yes.
Okay, sartorial.
It's what she likes to eat at the food court.
Oh, okay, no. Frequently give fans a double take, generally for their stunning elegance, but some are wagging their fingers at the Duchess of Sussex for the skirt that she chose to wear on the final day of her royal tour of New Zealand, Fiji, and so on.
It was a full cooter shot.
Well,
it was up above her waist.
No, it wasn't. She paired a stunning royal blue Givenchy sweater with a sheer blue pleated skirt. So there was some see-through to it.
Well, you know what? She has.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah, I see it. But she has had a higher than they usually like the skirts worn with members of the royal family, but nothing outlandish. Whenever she's out, but she still looks elegant,
You can see the shape of her panties.
Yes. I mean, that's a little
Does
sheer.
it matter that there are sexy photos of her on the internet to the royal family, do you think? Because, when she did Suits and she did some modeling
There's a whole
stuff,
bunch of it.
Yeah.
And Nick, she had actually just done one prior to this whole...
To meeting Prince Harry?
Yes, and it's excellent.
And the whole family received a portfolio of all of this stuff and said, here's what we're dealing with.
She's a beautiful woman.
If you need me, I'm going to be reviewing these photographs in my chamber.
How long is that going to take?
Wappa. Fwap.
That's it.
The fappening.
Wappa.
By the
That's
way,
the royal family version of fap.
Why does this all have to rest on her shoulders? Like, why doesn't she have people looking at her going, yo, dude, I can see your panties?
But she makes the final choice.
Yo, dude, I can see your panties. So the Kardashians won big as well last night. And they had a weird speech. They were trying to thank firefighters and stuff, and they They actually made their win a tribute to the firefighters. And listen, see if you can hash this out. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
It's been a really rough week in our home in Calabasas, Hidden Hills, and our neighbors in Thousand Oaks and Malibu. Our hearts are broken from the horrific shootings and those who have lost their lives and homes, as well as the hundreds of thousands of us that have been evacuated from the devastating fires that are currently burning. So thank you so much to all of the people that have voted for us. This is such an honor.
Did you make that leap there? Did you make that leap?
Okay.
There's a lot of fire out there, but thank you for voting for us.
Are they dedicating the award?
It gets to that at the end, yeah.
All right.
I'd like to dedicate this win to all of the firefighters, the law enforcement, and the first responders.
Okay, that makes more sense. Okay.
I'd like to thank the people what put out the fires.
Like, it just doesn't seem very genuine ever when it comes from them.
You can see the guys who are really, eating smoke and battling flames up. I got great news, guys! Kardashian win was dedicated to us!
Like, I can just see them sitting around, like, when we win, we should, dedicate to somebody so it makes us look good.
Listen, I want to tell everyone up there on the mountain, you guys are doing a great job. The Kardashians just donated their win to you on a field source war. I just want to carry that into the fire with you.
That's the chief going on the radio to tell all the guys.
Attention everyone, Kardashians just donated their win on the People's Choice Awards to you. So I hope that inspires you to go marching into those flames and that super heat and that whipped up win. No word on Little Women LA yet.
Yeah. No. So the only reason that I might consider something like that is after grooming in my intimate areas, is that the stubble sucks.
Prespo, I'm waiting. 1 second, honey.
You get a little itchiness for a day or two.
So what do you use?
When it freshly grows
You
back
use an
in.
electric shaver?
Yeah,
That's what I use for
electric
safety,
razor.
yeah. And I like to be shorn tightly for that oh-so-porn look.
You know.
I just don't find it hygienic. I don't want to have a knotted. I don't want to look like the legend of Boggy Creek down there.
I only do it like every couple months. Just like, oh yeah, it's getting a little long. So
I mean, I do 100 brushes every night.
Oh, gross.
1 second, I'm like Marsha Brady with her hair pressed.
and the stubble's a bitch, but
in the mirror.
That's the only thing I might consider.
So
why I would consider something.
Press, you get your dogs groomed?
Yeah, we do.
All right, so do you have boy dogs?
Do you let them do your crotch?
Well, because I have 2 male dogs, and they have to like shave their peens and their heinies. Yeah. Which I've like.
Did you ask if I avoid the dogs?
No.
I'm sorry. Okay.
No, I was going to say.
Did you get thrown off by the peens and heinies?
Do you have a boy or a girl?
We
or
did
both?
the nails, the teeth, and the peens and heinies.
That's the name of the place, Peens and Heinies.
Peens and Heinies.
Have you guys been? It's on 202. It's called Peens and Heinies.
Come on in.
By the way, I heard Casey on the phone with his groomer the other day, and he was like, so I've been told when I bring my dog back that he's not too calm and that we need some extra help.
I had to get
a big dog.
I had to go and get sedatives for him. I had to go to the vet.
Poor thing.
Dude.
All right, I'm going to do a couple shout-outs real quick, maybe a butt plug or two, and then I'm going to let you guys... I'm going to let you finish.
I'm going to let you finish.
No, I'm going to let you choose junk drawer or connoisseur.
Oh. All right.
I think we'll end up doing both of them eventually, but quickly, though, let me see how... I have some shout-outs that are specific to today.
Then do it.
Get to. Here's one. Hey, guys, my name's Steve. My wife is Brianna. We met when we were 16 in high school, and we recently got married. And while we were dating, I remember telling her something that I heard on the show, and she said, oh, yeah, on Preston and Steve? And I thought, wow, she listens to Preston and Steve, too. It was one of the moments that I knew she was going to be my wife.
That's the best way to find out you found the right one.
And
do they listen to us?
From that day on, we would talk about what happened at work and what went on that morning on your show. Her birthday is coming up on the 29th, and she gets a little sad that no one is usually around because of the holiday. And I'm hoping that you guys could give her a shout out to help cheer her up. I know that it would make this birthday one that she will always remember. What holiday is it? Oh, wait. Oh, May 26th.
Happy Memorial Day.
Wait a minute. It says shout out May 26th, and then it says her birthday is coming up on the 29th. Well, you're getting it now, man.
Yeah,
That's all
man.
there is to it.
Sorry.
I didn't see the May thing.
But have a good holiday weekend.
Yes, please do.
Come on down to Keenan's.
And says maybe get me off the hook a little bit because what better gift is there than a President Steve shout out? Thank you so much, and I hope this is enough time in advance. Steve Carlin.
Give you a second one.
So there you go. Yeah, come to Keenan's. Have your party there. We're having our party there. It's our 25th anniversary.
That's right.
Celebration.
Remember you getting down on your knees?
North Wildwood. We will be there. Then I got this. Says, hey, can you give a birthday a shout out to baby Tony Stark, who is turning 4 on April 27th.
Baby Tony
Is
Stark.
that a dog's name?
Maybe they named their kid Tony Stark.
Hang on, it says, reminder, this means it has been 4 years since Tony Stark snapped his fingers and defeated Thanos, and our little guy was named after this strongest adventure.
Wow. There you go. I love that.
Time has flown, and he is the sweetest little guy and the arc reactor of our household. Thanks. Thanks for adding TP and a new pair of undies for the cleanup. That is from Chuck Cause. So congratulations.
Baby Tony Stark.
Baby Tony Stark. Here's a butt plug, and it's from my area. This is from John Mertz, and he says, hey, you and your team have been huge advocates of programs that support the many people in our area that suffer from food insecurity. Your annual Camp Out for Hunger has grown with each year with outstanding results for Phil Abundance. The Garden of Health provides similar support right here in our area. And he says, when I say our area, I mean Harleysville. I also live in Harleysville, and I'm the current president of the Rotary Club of Harleysville. A year or so ago, Hatfield Township donated 8 acres to Garden of Health so that they could build a growing facility to provide fresh grown food along with other food items that may supply to local shelters and pantries. We're having a ribbon cutting ceremony Thursday, May 4th. So next May 4th, next Thursday is what I'm trying to say. 6 p.m. If you have a moment, please give this a shout out. And they're going to do it at 400 Fairgrounds Road in Hatfield. So it's Thursday, May 4th at 6 p.m. There's going to be refreshments and stuff like that. So just wanted to give that a little.
That's excellent.
Butt plug-a-rooney. So.
I'm the butt plug guy.
Yeah.
That's right. Here we go.
Casey, you're our butt plug guy.
You're the butt plug now.
Dog.
And then one last one. It says, "Hey, Preston and Steve, today's my birthday. I'm 48 years old today. And it's my older brother wife birthday. I think it means older brother's.
So he married his brother.
Older brother's wife birthday.
Isn't that a show on Charles?
There's brother wives and sister wives. Brother wives is not as popular.
And her name is April Spence Andrioli. Please wish me and my older brother's wife, April Spence Andrioli, a happy birthday and give us both a shirt out."
No, it doesn't say shirt.
Autocorrect, by the way. Brian Andrioli and it says Brian Andrioli from Facebook City, New Jersey.
Wow, this is
Facebook City now.
April Spence from Andrioli from Washington Township, New Jersey.
That's up the road from Snapchat.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
Hang on a
Sorry,
second. What do you think Facebook City was supposed to be? It got autocorrected to Facebook from what?
It's not Jersey City. That's too far north. I don't know.
You know what? They are
Ocean City. I mean, I'm trying to think of anything that has the name city in it in New Jersey.
It's so outlandish these days. I was just the other day. When you write a legitimate word that contextually fits into a sentence, you should not get an autocorrect. And yet it happens often.
Gloucester City?
It's got to be Gloucester City.
Okay.
Okay, hang on a second. I'm
And
going to
that
type
turned to
Gloucester
Facebook?
in a text.
Okay.
All right.
Or is F near G?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're next
All
to
right,
each
well,
other.
it just got switched to Flounder.
Okay.
So let me try it again.
Well, I think it's going to do it again, right?
Well, yeah, now am I even spelling
Type
it
in
right?
"I live in a flounder" and see what comes up.
Facebook City.
Raccoon City and Facebook City.
All right. Well, Casey's working on that. What do you guys want? Junk drawer or connoisseur? Votes? What do you think?
You know, you never get to vote. What would you like?
I always vote.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
You're a mindless automaton.
I think the last few times we've done connoisseur a little later, and so I vote connoisseur now.
All right.
That's my vote.
Kathy, do you even care?
She's typing in
No,
flounder.
I like connoisseur.
Okay. 2 connoisseurs. Casey?
Yeah, we'll go connoisseur.
All right.
Casey has his deciding vote.
I'm going to go to junk drawer.
Well, we're going to connoisseur because
Okay,
you've been
yeah.
outvoted. So.
It's much better than the junk drawer. It's the connoisseur.
You know the connoisseur test worst out of the things that we do?
No, that's not true.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
When you talk to the listeners, they do listener polls. I just found this out.
When was there a poll?
I don't know. They do these things where
They do them all the time,
they?
and then they never tell
And
us
they
about
never
them.
tell us about them.
So they do these polls about what our show is about, and then no one ever gives us the information.
Who's they?
Management.
Seriously?
Yeah. You know, every once in a while, Bill will mention something. And he'll be like, "Well, in a poll."
Well, I know they do perceptual studies, which are paid
And
for and all
supposed
that.
to tell us about that.
Are they doing social media polls?
No,
or-
no. That was a perceptual study. I just used the wrong word.
And so the connoisseur came in low on that?
Yeah, which is crazy.
Well,
because
I'm
it's
glad you
my-
told us off air before we did it.
Well, I don't care what you think. We're going to continue to do it because I love it.
I love it.
I wonder how many people they test in those things.
It's like a handful.
Yeah, I don't think it's a big enough sample size.
All right.
We should do a Twitter poll.
To see what you think about
Should
perceptual
Casey
studies.
have brought this poll up now?
Right.
Oh, no, you're talking about whether connoisseur is good.
All right. Well, now I don't know how to feel.
Well,
about
that's got to suck the wind out of your sails.
All right. Well, we're going to start with Hot Pockets.
I don't care.
I know. But listen.
Now I know why they don't like it.
Well, they're getting in on the fashion bag. The snack brand recently teamed with rapper Rakeem Miles' action figure Miles clothing brand for a new collaboration. Pieces for the adventures between Herbie the Hot Pocket mascot and action figure Miles, an artistic representation of Miles and the hero he wishes he had as a kid. The limited edition includes his art across hoodies, crew neck sweats, tees and button-up shirts, a double-sided bucket hat, and a fanny pack. Miles worked with creative agency Triple Clicks on the collaboration as they did on recent Halo collection. So the Hot Pockets X action figure Miles capsule is live on the Hot Pockets merch store now.
Okay, so it's available for purchase.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so you can get these. You can get.
Can't eat
these.
them though.
No.
Yeah.
These are wearable items. All right, we're moving on. That was a bad one. I thought it'd be funny to start with. Dairy Queen Blizzard.
Yes.
Do I have your attention?
We're all in on this.
Apparently, there are a load of secret menu items for blizzards that you can ask for.
So the Blizzard to me has always seemed a very customizable thing to begin with, right?
It is, yes. But there are some that are put together and some flavors you may not have thought of.
Styrofoam.
Which I find kind of interesting, like the cinnamon roll.
Wait, what?
You start with a vanilla shake and add a snickerdoodle base.
Snickerdoodle.
And I guess these things are available at Dairy Queen?
I would have to imagine. Do you have to do any? Is there any sort of menu? You know, like you go to Wawa and you have the special secret menu.
No, it's not like that. This is like ordering, through the drive-through. So here's one called the Samoa Blizzard. I like the sound of this one. Nick, you'll hate this.
Okay.
Kathy, you might not like it.
Okay.
You order a Twix Blizzard, add coconut.
Nope.
Have it dipped in chocolate, and then pat yourself on the back for a job well done, it says.
Yeah, I mean, you had me until the coconut.
Yeah, I could do that exact order without coconut,
Right.
and I'd be okay with it.
Would you pat yourself on the back?
Yeah,
Probably.
of course,
Yeah.
for taking coconut out.
But you're dipping it in chocolate, so
Yeah, I don't understand that.
is it that chocolate crust thing that they have?
Well, yeah. If you get a dip cone,
What the hell is
but
going
that's
on?
on a cone.
But
This is
how
a
do you-
blizzard. That doesn't make any sense. How can you dip it in chocolate?
Yeah, I'm going to dip my drink in chocolate.
Yeah, it doesn't make any
It's
sense.
insane.
Is it called something? What, did you give it-
Stupid.
The Samoa Blizzard.
All right, hold on.
Just Samoans dip
But
their
these
drink?
are, I don't know if you can order for these by name.
I know, but maybe.
Maybe they dipped the cookie in chocolate and then put that in the blizzard.
Well,
There isn't a cookie.
Isn't it a Samoa?
You were, no.
he was talking about, yeah.
It simulates the flavor of a Samoa.
I thought they put cookies in there.
No, you order a Twix Blizzard,
Which is
Right.
kind of a
add
cookie.
coconut, and then it says dip it in chocolate. The dip it in chocolate is stuff is
I'm
Absurd.
not going to pat myself on the back.
No.
All right, here's one. This says this one is legit. You can actually order it by name. It's a banana split blizzard. It's vanilla soft serve with pineapple, strawberries, and chocolate syrup. So they just throw all that into a blizzard.
Okay.
No?
Yes, I do like a banana split now and
I
then.
do too.
I tend to be more boring in my, I like my basic flavors, you know?
All right, there's the caramel mocha coffee blizzard.
I like coffee ice cream.
It's with the vanilla soft serve ice cream. Add coffee, syrup, caramel sauce, and chocolate chunks. And then you've got a caramel mocha coffee blizzard.
Yeah, that sounds like it should be on the menu, right?
Yeah, I
Like,
agree.
Yeah, what is this ridiculousness?
Tropical Sunrise. Order vanilla soft serve. Add sliced banana, coconut, pineapple, and guava. They have guava at Dairy Queen? I'm starting to not believe this.
Yeah.
Is this a work of fiction?
Here's one.
Who's
that
the
says,
author? Mary Shelley?
The DQ Cupcake. Basically an ice cream cake in a cup. And you can order an ice cream sundae with fudge, cake crunch, and icing. And then you have that.
I had an ice cream made with, it was at Zaz.
Oh, yeah.
Which and I paid for. But it is, they used espresso mix. I guess that's what you call it. It's like a powdered espresso thing. And it was unbelievably good. Do you drink espressos, Kathy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Every morning, right?
Yeah.
Do you make it an Americano or do you just drink the espresso?
I don't know. Well, because I use the machine, so it's just set up for espresso.
Right.
But since it's such a small amount, I do add some water. Water is added to it, so I can
Is
at
it
least
cold? It's got to be cold water now because the Incredible Hulk broke our hot water thingy in the.
No, you always make it with cold water.
You
but
do?
The machine will heat it up for you. That's what a coffee machine does.
Okay.
Would you like this coffee hot?
What the hell are you talking about?
I thought espresso is espresso and Americano is espresso with hot water.
Right.
Yeah,
poured
but
on
what I'm
top.
saying is I don't know how the machine. I don't know what's considered made out of the machine that I have.
Okay.
I don't know.
It's probably espresso, I would think.
Right.
Yeah, it's
but
espresso.
I make it like a little bit. You can choose the size, and I make it a little bit larger so that I can savor at least a little bit. You know what I mean? Because otherwise, it would just like cover the bottom of the cup. And
So it's a double espresso then, probably.
maybe.
Okay. All right.
Got to the bottom
just,
of that.
I'm
Yeah.
just going to give you one more of these, and then we'll move on. No.
Same thing. I
Yeah.
just like the
So
music.
one more Dairy Queen Blizzard thing that you can do. So you know that from time to time they will have a Thin Mint Thin Mint Blizzard.
Love it.
But it's not year round.
No.
So you can create one by ordering, obviously, vanilla ice cream, Oreo base, and chocolate chunks, and top it off with some mint syrup, which I do believe they have. And then you've got a kind of a makeshift Thin Mint Blizzard if you want.
Don't a lot of places like the like World Peace or the smoothie places or yogurt places or ice cream places or any kind of place, they take those actual legitimate Girl Scout cookies and crush them into crumbles.
There's some places.
Right, yeah.
You can get them.
But I think my Dairy Queen has a mint Oreo Blizzard, which is almost essentially what you were talking about.
Is it available year round?
You know what? It was there the last time I was there, which wasn't that long ago because sometimes I eat Dairy Queen for dinner. And I also wanted to ask you guys, did I tell you guys about the Girl Scout, the Thin Mint chocolate-covered pretzels that we had? Did I tell you guys
The last
about
thing you told us was that no one likes the connoisseur.
No, I didn't say that. I just said it tested worse. And Chuck is over here on my right. He's so mad at me. He's
that you
shaking
said
it.
that?
Yeah, that I said that. No, so Costco has Thin Mint chocolate-covered pretzels. They are like amazing, and they come in these big bags. So anyway, I think you're done with me talking for the day, Steve.
I'm trying to wrap my mind around what you're saying. You've taken me to places I'd scarcely imagine. I feel like Keir Dullea at the end of 2001. I can't believe what I'm looking at.
That sounds like that would be good, Case.
It's amazing. Yeah, it really is. Back to you, Preston.
Here's the text says, "Hi, Preston and Steve. This is Brian Andrioli that you got the email from. It is Gloucester City, New Jersey. Sorry for the spelling of Facebook City, New Jersey." And thank you, Duncan, who is on hold. He can verify the banana split blizzard is not on the menu, but you can order it, no problem. So thank you, Duncan. We'll pass that along. All right, let me see what else I have from this terrible segment. Nobody likes. A survey of 2,000 Americans found that 77% felt food-related FOMO, a fear that they would miss out on the latest food trend.
That's got to be Marissa.
Exactly. Yeah.
She doesn't have FOMO. We get FOMO from her.
Yeah. But she has FOMO if she misses like a cool restaurant opening, I think. Like she likes being a part of that scene.
And she's kind of looking up in the air going, I don't know, maybe, sort of.
Yeah, I just added to my list.
Yeah, all right.
She works it.
Yeah.
I mean, we learn about those places through you.
Yep.
And
okay. I wanted to ask her a question about restaurants. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I just I'm any restaurant recommendation. Marissa's a great source for it. But sometimes stuff will happen, and I think like if you missed an opening because you were in Vegas getting married, for example, would you feel like you had FOMO there?
I mean, while we were in Vegas, we looked up what the good restaurants were there and found them. And I went to Mark Vetri's restaurant at the top of the Palm because I was like, wow, when else am I going to be in Vegas? I should go to Mark Vetri's restaurant here.
I admire that.
Hey, so was this off air or on air? You were telling us about the little container that you and Matt put of restaurants in there, and you would draw them. It was off air, right?
Yeah.
It was off air.
Yeah.
All right, tell about your plan and then what you ended up doing.
It was a bunch of Christmases ago because there's always that joke of where should we eat? So I made a jar and filled it up with a bunch of restaurants on little pieces of paper.
That you've never been to?
That I've never been to or I want to go to or I wanted to go to with Matt that we hadn't been to together. And we used it twice. And I think the first time maybe
So the idea was you pull one out and then that's where you're going.
That's where you go.
Okay.
And I mean, I planned it. I color coordinated it by whether it's a little fancy or what neighborhood it's in. So if it's a rainy night, we don't want to go far.
I wouldn't make medical decisions that.
The second time we used it, I pulled 10 out and I was like, nah, that one closed. Nah, I don't want to go there. We don't want to go there.
So the spontaneity of it just died.
Yeah. We tried and he tried really hard. And there it is.
I saw something really funny, and I hope this hack, Steve, would actually work. But if you've ever been in a situation where you and your significant other just can't agree upon a restaurant, so what you say to your significant other is, if you guys are going out, you say, guess where we're going out to eat tonight? And whatever she says, you go, yep. Because that's probably where she wants to
eat. Yeah.
That is a really good idea. I have a second idea a friend came up with where there should be a dating app type thing where each partner gets served a bunch of restaurants. And when you both swipe right on the same restaurant, it's you have a match. You're going here.
Right.
That'd be good.
That's not a bad idea.
By the way, I have 3 testicles.
Yeah. I
hate this.
I loved Casey's idea. We meant to follow up on this. I don't know where you got it, but Restaurant Club.
Yes.
Was a great idea.
Yeah, dinner
You're not
club,
supposed to talk about it.
Dinner club. So you go once a month, you and another couple.
That's right.
And each month, the way it goes is one couple picks a restaurant, the other couple picks another couple to go with you guys.
Weren't you guys doing
And then
this?
you wrote. We said we were going to do it, and then we never got around to doing it.
Who was the weak link in that chain that stopped it from continuing?
Well, for us, it was everybody because
Time.
with kids and
Scheduling.
Like that really was what the issue was everybody got really busy. Like the 3 couples that were in Restaurant Club all have at least 2 kids, 3 kids, and they all have activities and blah, blah, blah. So
Generally, you can do it with just one other couple.
You can, yeah.
And then each time you have a different couple joining you at a different restaurant. And that's fun. That keeps a little variety going.
we also try to make it BYOs only.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right, so try
Bring your
out
own food.
Try out Dinner Club if you want. By the way, so 75% of the people said they crave food as soon as they see it online. After half have attempted to make recipes they found online, and the average social media user follows 10 food-related accounts.
Oh, go ahead.
67% would jump at the chance to be a snack influencer. When it comes to healthy versus indulgent meals, 60% said that healthy meals are simpler to make, and 41% found indulgent recipes were more Instagrammable. So this is a survey about food and FOMO.
After the Equalizer series, I want the snack influencer series with Denzel.
Yeah.
The
snack influencer.
Jen Fred and her cameraman, I always forget his name.
Corey.
No. Anyway,
Lamont.
they claim to be snack influencers, and
Yeah.
they'll go to Wawa and buy bags of chips and then review them on Instagram.
Are you easily swayed by there's a thing that I saw. It keeps popping up on my Instagram. It is through that Gold Belly, and it is a Brooklyn Death by Chocolate cake. Ooh. I showed it to you the other day.
Steve showed it to me. Yeah.
And I'm like,
Oh, yeah, without question, man. When
I'm gonna buy this bitch.
I was on Pinterest for a little bit, and Pinterest was loaded with great photos of interesting recipes
Right.
and then the recipes themselves. And I did a couple of them. I just kind of faded out on that. So.
Oh, his name is Jared.
No, Jared from Subway's on the phone.
Marissa came in and
He
held
says
up a
he's
piece of paper and
innocent.
said Jared on it.
She held it up to me.
From Jared.
No, Jared is Jen Fred's cameraman.
Oh, okay.
I listen in the bus or in the van every day.
If you're looking for the state of the art in pedophilia, Jared.
Oh, God.
Not the cameraman.
Not the cameraman.
Not him. Come on. Why'd you even suggest that?
Subway, there's a documentary about it. Watch it. It's messed up.
I couldn't get through it.
It's horrible.
I had to stop.
Yeah.
It was too much.
Horrible.
Well, then you missed all the funny parts.
There's a twist where there are a couple of other people
They're even
that
worse.
direct that are even worse in that. Yeah. So, all right. Anyway, we're going to stop talking about pedophiles.
Yeah.
Although that might be more entertaining than the connoisseur, from what I've been told.
That's what people said. More pedophilia.
Oh my God.
Okay, this is interesting. A woman on TikTok had some interesting opinions about potluck etiquette. And TikTok let her know she had the wrong idea. Katie K was her name. She made a video regarding a potluck she recently attended, specifically a fellow attendee's choice to bring a pizza. And according
Pizza
to
party.
Yahoo Life, Katie said in the post, I don't think, as a person in my 30s, that I would need to say this to other people in their 30s, but here we are. And she went on to explain how someone brought a pizza for the entire group to share at a potluck which she disagreed with. She said, that's not how a potluck works. And she said that multiple times. She felt the need to provide more food on behalf of that person. She said, I had to order 4 more pizzas so that everyone at the potluck could eat pizza. That's not the way it works.
No.
You don't bring enough food for everyone.
No.
When you go to a potluck, you bring a dish.
That's it.
And there are a ton of other dishes, and
You're
people
not
can
a
have
caterer.
a little bit of each one.
Yes.
So, yeah, I think
Whore.
she was, you whore. And potlucks don't necessarily have to be homemade either. You can bring a pizza if you want.
It's the aggregate. It's
aggregate. Yeah,
that's what you do. So it's like. This was one of her former friends.
Yeah.
No, you don't do that.
Yeah.
And so, by the way,
Liar, whore, and you know it.
if you're going to a potluck, is it implied that you're going to make a dish, or can you simply just buy it?
I think you can just buy it, but
Okay.
I think it has a nice touch if you make it yourself.
I think typically that you like that's what it
Right,
was,
like
or
a
maybe that's
dip
how
or-
it
yeah.
started. But if you're someone like me, you are not going to make it, and you'll just bring something. You just put it in a nice dish, and then they don't know the difference.
I made this.
I am not a big fan of the potlucks because you get genre,
Yes,
you
it
get
doesn't match.
style cross contamination.
Yep.
In the cuisine, and some things just do not match well
There's
together.
like taco salad dip and pizza.
I made a mistake, and I made a dish that I'm very proud of that I took to a potluck, and we have it all the time in my house. I made chicken fried rice.
Yeah.
Okay, it's really good, but fried rice is not something you expect at a potluck. You know, you expect potato salad and things that kind of mix together, kind of standards. And not many people ate it. And I was a little hurt by that because it was really
I would have
good.
eaten it. And I'm not, I don't think I kind of find there's a charm to a potluck that there's these things that aren't quite synergizing.
I wouldn't mind a potluck theme though. Like if you did go with the theme, and then you have a full meal of the stuff that goes together.
I agree. Yeah, you could definitely throw an Italian theme out there, or maybe a holiday theme of some sort.
I have a great theme. You invite everyone who hates the connoisseur to bring something to.
There you go.
But if you do the theme, then you run the risk of of multiple of the same thing.
dish, the exact same dish.
Because but then
Unless you assign.
So that's what I'm thinking of, like ones that I've been to. You're on a text chain. I'll bring the guacamole. I'll bring the tacos. I'll bring, you know what I mean? So there's not overlap.
I'll bring the hookers.
Yeah, please, someone
the
bring the
guy
hookers.
chat.
Could you do a salad one, like potato salad and egg salad and macaroni salad?
Those aren't hooker names.
Yeah.
These hookers
I
are
don't
named
know.
after popular barbecue dishes.
Imagine if a hooker named
My name's Macaroni Salad.
tuna salad.
Oh.
Stay away from her.
Stay away from her.
Pasta salad.
What about
The cats love her, though.
Oh man, I have something to tell you guys.
Three
but
bean
I-
salad.
right
I'm
now.
not- No,
About
not
hookers?
on here. Nope, I can't.
You know what?
That's
I'm
too
not
much.
going to talk until you tell us.
Is it
Thank God.
Wait, is
That's all I have to
That's
do.
a threat.
That's all.
That's what you call a threat.
That's all I have to do.
Is it salad related or hooker related?
Both.
How can we not hear this? Just Preston, turn the mics off.
Salad and hooker related is something we have.
Oh my God.
I could say something right.
I swear
I'm not
to God,
going
it's
to.
both.
The original salad toss.
It is.
Is it
it's
that?
both.
Yes, and Marissa knows. She probably doesn't know what I'm talking about, but her and I both know the same thing.
What?
I can't. No, I'm not.
Wow. All right, I'm intrigued.
Chuck's walking up to the microphone right now, guys.
Oh, okay. Hang on a
He's
second.
have a
Bill
Chuck-
Weston.
Oh, we don't have a theme for Chuck. We got to get one. What's going on, Chuck?
I think this is the most entertaining connoisseur I've ever heard.
Thank you, Chuck.
Well, you really bummed me out. You really were bringing me over, man, when you told me that, because this is one of my favorite segments.
Oh, so now you got it from me?
Yeah.
So that's out there too? you have these press, you have these lunchtime chats.
This was in your office. This was not a lunchtime chat.
You think you're talking to one one
Off the record.
and maybe that person used to be your best good work friend. No.
But why don't? How come we're not told about
Listen,
these things?
Because it's not at an alarming level.
It's micromanagement.
It's relative to some of the other characters.
It's not like we're reciting Hitler's favorite speeches. It's small percentage points.
Of course, you would be told if you needed to be told.
Right.
Well, who's the favorite character of
Kathy?
Of those
I don't
polled?
remember, but
Yes,
we can
do.
post the whole study on the website if you want to.
This is the kind of thing I think you reveal on air. By the way, Chuck says he saw a black spot on your X-ray. What?
Right.
Wait,
Well,
real quick.
do people like it or not? Yeah.
Yeah. Are we ever going to get the story on air, or is it not a
Hooker salad.
Hooker salad.
Is everyone enjoying the hooker salad? I put extra tuna in it.
No, I don't think. I don't
And
think
some-
it can be told.
Do you have any dressing? Oh, you don't put dressing on it. You put pus.
Oh my God. All right. Let's do another. connoisseur moment here.
Deep from the file. Maybe we need to change the approach. Oh, deep from the files of the connoisseur.
Oh, no, I have a quick follow-up personal story. I tried the banana trick.
Yeah?
With putting
I don't know.
saran wrap on top of the stems of the bananas to see if they hold fresher.
I thought this was a Kama Sutra thing.
No. And I did indeed notice that they stayed fresher.
Did they?
Like by about
a minute.
Day or two.
Which is pretty decent.
Yeah, for bananas because they ripen so quickly.
Okay.
So I'm going to do that every time because we've talked about, Friday bananas.
Yeah.
And your Friday banana sometimes is a little too mushy, a little too overripe.
It ain't a Wednesday banana.
And so
That was the B side of the banana boat song.
So I'm happy to report that the banana trick did indeed seem to be successful. So I'm going to keep doing that.
And what? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. What was the paper bag thing that was associated with that?
If you're with a woman who's unattractive.
No, if you want to ripen it quicker. If you get green bananas and you want them to be ripening quicker, you put them in a bag.
What produce has the shortest window of ripening and rotting? Is it the banana?
Bananas,
Okay.
yeah. Avocado has a short window. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it depends on how you buy it.
Right.
From the
so-
store?
Oh, after it's cut, you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's an old joke that's I'm sold, I don't buy any green bananas.
Yeah.
Because, they ripen so quickly. But
That was Sam Kinison, right?
I don't know, really. It was anonymous. That's who it was. All right, can we do one more?
Yeah, please, come on. I mean, this has been painful enough for the audience.
Do you want to hear about the perfect apple or kids and table manners?
Does it matter at this point?
No, because no one's listening.
I am. I love this. And it's been well explored that I am not a foodie.
Yeah,
All right,
this is
yeah.
true.
And yes, absolutely. So, okay, let's go with it.
Which one?
Which one, Chuck?
I'm sorry, what?
Which one of the two
Kids
selected?
and table manners or the perfect apple?
Oh, kids and table manners.
Okay, so
the little rugrats.
If you want your kid to have good table manners and eat their broccoli, you may have to lead by example. A survey of 2,000 parents found that 53% of kids eat veggies to mimic their parents, and 42% eat with their mouth closed due to lessons learned at the dinner table.
Eat like me, little bastard.
So the most commonly understood table rules among kids from 0 to 6 are number 1, using please and thank you. Number 2, eating with their mouths closed. Number 3, learning how to hold utensils. Number 4, asking nicely for second servings. Number 5, finishing what's on their plate.
Can I guess number 6?
Yeah.
Sharing your salad hooker.
No. Letting others talk. Number 7, not screaming. And number 8, not burping.
Huh.
By the way, speaking of using utensils, boy, you guys would have enjoyed seeing my dad try to eat sushi the other night.
Oh, my God. You know what I meant to ask you? Did he like it?
He did like it.
Okay.
And
Send this back. It's not cooked.
No, I go, Dad, you we can get you a fork if you want. No, I know how to use chopsticks.
So he tried with the chopsticks.
I know. I've used them before. And I sat there and watched him trying to pick up a piece for about 5 minutes.
No. God bless him, though, for hanging in there.
And I'm sitting there going, Dad, you are mutilating that thing.
Son, I'm literally starving to
death. And he would not give in. He was using the wrong end of them. He started trying to stab it with.
I'll tell you what. I think you have to get, like we talk about the yips. You get out of your head and just go with it, and you'll pick it up. I think people place too much chopstick.
I can't do it. I cannot do it. I've
I can teach you
tried
how
a
to do
number
it.
of times.
You can do it.
So many people have tried to teach. I could
Okay.
teach you. And then they're like, why can't you do it? What are you doing?
Well, the bottom one is like the base; it doesn't move, and then the top one is the one that you move with your fingers, and so you're pushing up against a.
And that's it.
What's that?
That's it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's pretty easy.
The
And-
way you were just fingering is exactly the way you do it. Yeah.
Steve, I really want you to try a Philly roll because I think you would like it. And
So I'm trying to get into sushi. I've not.
Well, Philly
Everyone
roll-
speaks.
It has salmon, and you
Yeah.
like salmon, and it's
and
got
you
cream
like
cheese.
raisins.
You like salmon.
raisins.
It's got raisins.
No, I want you to enjoy it. I want to see you enjoy it.
So I've had. I actually. This is making this much loathed connoisseur that much worse. But I was smoked salmon is something I never thought I would like, and so it's probably similar.
I think it's
right?
up your alley.
All right.
You like rice?
You like raisins?
You like raisins?
Here we go. By the way, just to count, I think we have about another 30 seconds if you're tuned away and want to come back.
Yeah.
Give us a minute.
Connoisseur's almost over.
We're gonna do the Apple one.
What's that?
We're gonna do the Apple one, or we're not gonna do the Apple one?
No, it was one or the other.
Oh,
I can.
I mean,
just do
Why?
it.
Why? I'll do it because it may get buried and never.
It's like,
never
it's
get
like
used.
shooting a dying man.
All right, last thing. Scientists at the University of Maryland may have just developed the perfect apple. The
Come quick!
New apple types can tolerate heat, are low maintenance, and easy to harvest. Best of all, they're delicious.
This means you'll be able to eat apples in a blast furnace.
The red and yellow varieties have already been approved for patents. Apple innovations can help combat labor shortages and climate change so American consumers can continue baking fresh pies.
Is there a military branch that is involved with apples?
There may be a shadow group out there, Steve, that I'm not aware of.
And the acronym is Apple.
Professor Chris Walsh said these trees require a lot less hand labor compared to apples that are available to growers now. And the trees for these apples will be shorter and easier to harvest as well. So they're constantly trying to create, produce in different ways. Hybrids, yeah.
Yeah. How's your garden going, by the way?
We went a little early with it because we got through this cold spell and we're having some issues, but it's all right. Well, we're tending to
premature vegetation.
It's going to be a while before we have any yield from it, but we're working on it. I'll let you know.
Nick, you have
the lettuces and cabbages are doing wonderful.
That's good. They do well in cold weather.
They do.
Yeah, Steve.
Enough of this. It's inside. We got to watch Diagnosis Murder.
We have tabled any plants because of
really?
Because it got so cold 2 or 3 nights. It was down in the 30s or whatever. So we were just nervous about.
I'm thinking of giving up my cattle.
Did you know, by the way, you can't put spinach in the freezer?
No,
it brings bad luck.
No, it does not
ruin it.
It does not keep.
Okay.
Yeah, I did it, and it came out like soup.
It came out like soup.
Wait a second.
When you thought
you have a magical freezer. If you remember, it was your freezer that changed the colors of M&Ms.
Yeah.
What goes on in that freezer?
So I bought a bag of spinach and put it in the freezer because we had other spinach.
Is it like the sorting hat?
I don't know what happened. And I thought, this will help keep it, and we'll be able to have this second bag of spinach next week. I was wrong. You took it out of the freezer, and it was like it almost melted.
Huh.
It was really bizarre.
Okay. We put kale. in
Yes,
the
kale
freezer.
you can do.
Yeah.
Spinach apparently not.
What the F is going on?
I don't know.
Don't know.
Wait, real quick. I just Googled it because I wanted to see the first sentence says you can definitely freeze spinach.
Yeah, in fact, I remember when I was a kid, we would buy frozen spinach.
Maybe you should close your freezer door. That's probably what's going on there.
Something weird.
Nick, did you leave it in the container or did you put it in Ziploc bags?
I did not put it in Ziploc
Wait a second.
bags.
But don't
That
you
might
just
be it.
most refrigerators have a crisper, like a section for your.
Yeah, but he's saying a freezer.
Yeah, so we have a chest freezer downstairs.
So do you buy you like long-term spinach or
I bought like bagged spinach,
Yeah.
baby spinach.
it's for that barbecue next year?
I do it. I put that spinach in the Wawa mac and cheese. Remember, because it makes it healthy.
Exactly.
And,
it suddenly makes it medicine.
But no, I put it in the freezer thinking that it would help keep for a week. But
Okay.
Kathy, I did not put it in a Ziploc bag or like a Tupperware container or anything like that. Maybe I should have done
Kathy's
that.
on saladhooker.com. They have all the best info.
All right.
We need to check the M&Ms, though, to see if they change colors.
I thought we needed to give them a couple more days.
Oh, is it?
Oh, yeah, it was...
There was an experiment, and Nick noticed that he put multiple color M&Ms in a freezer, and they both came out, all of them came out with just 2 colors.
When did we do that thing with the Skittles? Was that
so
Tuesday?
I think we got to wait till Monday
Okay.
to do it. Yeah.
All right. So, I forgot. What
God
I was
bless
gonna say.
America.
No, we'll check that on Monday. There was pull up the Twitter poll, please.
Oh, sure, yeah.
There was about 1,200 votes. You can.
Yeah, but
All right, there's about 1,200 votes. Oh, wait, Nick is refreshing
the
it.
poll's wrong, though.
1,300. Why is it wrong?
Because it wasn't do you like it or not. It was more like which do you like the most.
It's okay.
It doesn't matter. I just wanted to know,
Fight the
do
good
you
fight.
like the
We'll make sure
connoisseur?
everyone hates us.
Do you like the connoisseur or not? And 84% of the voters
That
say
seems
yes.
fine to me.
Yeah.
But Casey, you want people to hate it more, correct?
No, I want people to hate the historian because I hate the historian.
Okay.
So I love the connoisseur.
I want people to hate the
I think
historian.
I think it's those 16% that take radio surveys.
Must be.
All right, quick.
And who do you like seeing come into the room least of the members of the show?
Right now?
Who just makes you sad?
Right now.
Quick update, Nick. You can you can freeze spinach, but you cannot thaw it out and have it as a salad. It is going to get watery and wilted.
Okay,
All
so
right.
you could cook it after that.
Yeah.
Yes,
Fine.
okay.
Or
Well,
put
You can use it as
smoothie.
camouflage for GI Joes.
I put it outside for the rabbits.
We're done. Connoisseur's done. Connoisseur's got to go.
We should end each connoisseur segment with an apology to the audience since they can't stand it.
A connoisseur's got to go.
So sorry.
I need to record myself on the phone saying that. One more time, Santa. I'm sorry.
here
if
we
you
go.
would.
Santa's got to go.
All right. We're going to take a break. We'll come back with a less popular, or a more popular segment. Stay with us, friend. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
That dog is the dog that I want to introduce to strangers because he's so lovely and nice and all this stuff. And the other one,
Check out that peen.
but the other dog who will like literally tear a stranger to shreds is fine at the groomer, right? Like it's like they change personalities when they get. And my cats were the same way at the vet.
I use the service that comes to the house.
Yeah, I should probably have that.
Same, the same lady?
It's Avery.
Yeah, I used her. She was good.
Avery's is great, and they show up, and so the whole deal is they get used to going out of the house, right up, step up into the van, which is parked right by your house, right there, and they get it done because otherwise I don't want to have them have a full-blown seizure. And man, the peen and hiney is great. My dog is peenless, so it's just hiney.
Yeah.
My female.
Yeah, but so somebody was also telling me that a way to sort of combat that, because it's the hair dryer, is to, like, when he's eating, run a hair dryer next to him while he's eating so he doesn't. I know. He's going to never eat again.
Is this the big dog?
This is the big dog.
Yeah. What's the big dog's name?
Reggie.
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 That's it,
Yeah.
The dog's huge. Dog is huge and thinks it's a lap dog.
That's the black and white one?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's actually not that big. I mean, he's only 74 pounds. Like, he looks bigger because of his fur.
Preston, you have Yorkies. That's a huge difference.
They're the doodle variety, so they get really hairy. So you have
So we're
to groom
talking
them.
doodle peen.
Yeah.
Doodle Peen. That was a kid show, wasn't it? Doodle Peen?
Hi, I'm Doodle Peen. On today's adventure, we teach you how to shave your ass. Shave it real good. Doodle Peen. Showing you how to groom your genitals.
Doodle peen, I have an issue right behind my testicles.
Well, it's easy. Use fly strips.
And now another adventure with Doodle Peen.
Man, it can get awful smelly down there.
Oh my God.
Like a filthy whore.
Hey, we're going to wrap this up. We got to start.
Wrap it up.
We got to
Hey,
start on
kids,
the road.
tune in next week for another episode of Doodle Peen.
All right. With that, we're going to take a break. Kylie Jenner has been hanging out with Drake.
Oh, great.
This
A month after her split from Travis
This
Scott.
story keeps coming back. Do you think there's something going on between them, or do you care? I'll give you both questions.
Well, I don't care, but most of these stories or most of the comments from quote-unquote sources say that they're just friends. They've known each other for a long time.
I'll tell you what, we talk about the surgical enhancements, and we talk about, the people who overdo it. Whoever, I mean, if you look at Kylie, she's an attractive woman.
Yeah.
Besides the lips, there's she's had a ton of other work done, but nothing where you see all the lines and zippers and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, it's almost like I get mad because it's like you're a billionaire because of what you look like. And that's not what you look like. It's, like A-Rod, is he going to get into the Hall of Fame for baseball because you were juiced up half of your career? So it's almost like your numbers are tainted.
Well, the most clear aspect of the whole hypocrisy of this thing is that what got her over the threshold, what started the Kylie Jenner empire, was the Kylie lip kit, and her lips were surgically enhanced.
Yep. I say to you, Greg.
But is it an indictment of the country?
I'm wearing Kylie lip today.
Oh, I hate you.
I know.
Why?
That actually looks good.
I told you I bought it. Yeah.
I know.
I got it at Ulta. I tried one color, and I like it. It's pretty good.
You're giving her money.
Listen. I want my lips to look good, all right?
Yeah. Doesn't
Get
even
off
look
my
like-
back.
Doesn't look like you're wearing anything.
That's
like natural
Kylie
color.
genius.
That's what it is. That's what I got. I got kind of like a neutral color.
She is.
It's like the Emperor's New Clothes.
Yeah.
It's like doesn't even. All right, anyway, got it.
Without all of the surgical enhancements, she's still an attract. She's East Delco hot,
She's
right?
cute. Yeah. East Delco hot?
Yeah.
I think she's just Delco hot.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, she's not Radnor hot.
I see your point.
All right.
Emmy-winning SNL actress Kate McKinnon is set to headline a new series on UCP.
The hell is that?
I don't know.
Is it the Paramount Network?
I don't know.
Is that
the series? It's Uck.
You guys watch Uck?
The series
tonight on Uck.
That's
Uck. Is it? What the hell?
Where's that sound coming from?
Where's that sound coming from?
You know what it is? It's
What?
we said series and it lit up Siri on my phone. Where's that sound coming from? I can't yell that loud right now. My throat hurts too much.
What the? Well, we have everything you need. Just tell me what you need and I'll hit it.
All right. How about there's nothing on here.
There's nothing on here.
Thank you. So
Universal Content Productions. It's a couple. It's a division.
We here at
Couple. There we go.
This is a sister station.
Couple.
Couple.
Yeah, Cup is the sister station of Uck.
Couple.
And its sister station. Couple.
Cup. Yeah, a couple. Couple. We done?
No.
Okay,
Just
keep
give
going.
it a minute. Give it a minute.
Couple. Have fun.
And instead of the CNN,
Yeah. Couple.
This is
CNN.
Couple.
This
Couple.
is
Do that, Fred.
By the way, Shake Shack.
Yep.
Love their burgers, but I might as well eat them while I'm sitting on the toilet because that's how quickly they go through me.
Just for some particular reason?
Yeah.
Do you get the special sauce?
Dude, so
He makes the special sauce.
I literally ate it one time, and I was driving home. I ate it by Helium. There's one right there.
Oh, no.
And I ate it.
Oh, no.
And I had to race. Oh my God! I'm trying to get home. I was trying to get home.
Yeah.
And it was late. It was probably like 10, 11 o'clock at night.
I can make it.
And by the time I got to about Route 1 on 76, I was like, there's no way I'm going to make it. So let me get to the radio station. Quick.
Oh.
Stat, right?
Yeah.
Got to the radio station. Couldn't make it to the fourth floor. I had to dump by it outside next to the...
Dude, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Did you take a dump?
You crapped outside of the building?
I had to.
How long ago was this?
This morning.
God.
Kathy,
I
it was either that or in my pants. What do I
just
do?
Sometimes I don't know.
Right? So I had to do it next to the...
Couldn't you at least pick a competing station?
Yeah. Well, no,
I mean,
because
and also just so open to tell the story. It's amazing.
Oh, not right away. I had to wait a couple of years before the security footage was deleted. You know?
Hey, more FM's right over there.
Right.
Well,
Q102 is right down the street.
Q102 is down the street. He crapped there.
Oh my God.
The story does get a little bit better.
Funny.
How?
How could it?
But could you have imagined had he been stopped at another radio station simply because it was an emergency?
Yes.
Right.
Local broadcaster in a clear attempt.
Like a superintendent of a school.
Right, exactly.
Right?
He would have been raised to heroic levels here.
Now, how does the story get better?
Oh, man. I think I'm just going to end it there.
Well, no. You started down the path.
Just say it quietly so we can't hear.
All right, I'll just whisper it.
They're not listening.
So,
Yeah.
So I had to
smeared it on someone's car.
I had to leave it there in the grass.
Yeah.
I couldn't take it with me.
Right.
Oh, you didn't want to take it with you?
No. I couldn't. So what ended
Take
up.
your dog for a walk.
So,
I left it there.
All right. So a little bit did end up in my underpants. So I had.
That was just like a bingo.
So I had to put. Luckily I had. Nobody can hear this, right?
Right, no, we're good.
So luckily I had all these T-shirts in the back of my car.
Did you fashion a makeshift underwear?
I literally wore a pink T-shirt as underwear on the drive home. Oh no! It gets better. Okay, so then I'm on my way home and I'm thinking, dude, there is like T-shirts and poop and all this stuff next to the building. All right, so I can't like if security goes and they see that on Monday, they're going to go, well, who pooped here?
And look at security.
And they're going to look at security and they're going to see me like all ashamed, crouching next to my car. So on Monday, I came back to work with a giant trash bag and I had to like collect it all.
Oh my God.
And then throw it in the dumpster.
So he cleaned his spot.
Yeah, I cleaned my spot.
hate you.
I hate me too, Kathy. When I got home,
And this was all because of what?
freaking Shake
Guys.
Shack.
Oh, Shake Shack.
No, not Five Guys. Don't you talk
They're
bad about-
fine.
Yeah, they're fine.
Where in the building was it? Did this-
On the over
By
at
the
the
loading dock.
docks.
Well, you unloaded.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I had to go. What's that?
Why didn't you come inside?
He couldn't get in.
I couldn't make it. I couldn't make it. I do. Believe me. I'm not.
don't.
This is not a proud moment here, Kathy.
Though you would assume it could have been a proud moment.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad you came back, and that's noble.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it wasn't necessarily noble. It was self-preservation.
The last thing you wanted is that footage to end up. But what's worse, the footage of you doing it or the footage of you collecting it back up in the bag?
They watched both and they were like, okay, well, he came back and cleaned.
You know, we'll erase this.
All right, so you should eat your hamburger upside down.
On the toilet.
That's what we got.
That's all. That's all I noticed. I didn't. There's
That's
it. I can't top that.
No, it ends there.
I will not be able
like
to.
a derailing train.
Right.
So nobody heard that, right?
Nobody heard that. So let me go to here and more broken ribs. I have. It says Walper. Is your name Walper?
Walter.
Honestly, wouldn't you at least say
Walper?
Is this Judge Wapner calling in?
You got a nickname now, Walter.
Oh my God!
Yeah, you hear what happened to old Walper.
That's not even a mistype. I'm looking at the T and the P are like nowhere near each other on the keyboard.
Walper.
Name's Walper.
Let me get that straight. Your actual name is Walper. And what happened to you? So what happened to you, Walter?
All right. Well,
All right.
I've broken my hand. I've fractured all my ribs.
Were these fights over your weird name, Walper?
It's not my name.
This guy's name's Walper. I'm gonna punch you.
But at least you got a great nickname today.
Walper.
Well, hang in there, brother. Okay.
From Touchstone Pictures, the inspiring story of a man named Walper. I've seen him. He's got some medical issues, but the worst thing is his name is Walper. And then a young therapist came into his life. Hi, I'm Kathy Romano. We're going to change that P to a T.
Simple as that.
And then his life turned around.
I'm the head of a Fortune 500 company. And I can do the saber dance.
That morning show's not making fun of me anymore.
Oh, man. A little while back, I had this idea. If we were to cast WMMR, the movie,
Yes.
who would play who? And we
That's
went
right.
down a list of people, and we had people suggest, and we eventually narrowed down the cast of the WMMR movie.
What celebrities would play?
Exactly. And playing our program director, Bill Weston, John O'Hurley was the overwhelming
You were the overwhelming choice.
Yes.
Well, that's interesting. I was hoping he'd have higher standards.
So to understand Bill Weston, he has a bit of your delivery. He is somewhere between Peterman and Ted Knight. So right, and that would be right, and that would be the deal. So
we figured we'd come up. Actually, Steve did come up with some lines that might be indicative of Bill.
These are things that he has said in various forms.
And we're calling this the Bill Weston story. Soup. There it is. He hates soup. It's a long story.
So a lot of this is very inside.
Do we have any soap opera music, which would?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. If you wouldn't mind, give us a couple of Bill Weston lines. That'd be wonderful.
Here we go.
Okay.
Preston, try to refrain from mentioning on air that you occasionally use Band-Aids. It makes you sound privileged. I just saw the most amazing thing while driving in today. Firefighters were collecting donations at various intersections. Is that a Jewish thing? So last night, I was jarred awake from my slumber by a horrible nightmare. Both Preston and Steve were there in the studio. sitting on horses and eating soup. What say we file that one under who gives a crap? Oh, that recently widowed quadruple amputee was a terrible guest. She didn't bring the ha-ha.
Perfect. And last one.
On today's show, you had the Pope driving in a go-kart to solve the John Benet Ramsey case.
Hey, I just want to mention this again. We have a new Daily Rush video. It's called the Amish Underground Fusion Reactor.
I have to check that out.
And it says, we all think that we know how the Amish live, but we never fathomed just how much technology actually lies below the surface. And you can go to WMMR.com/Daily Rush to see the video and any others that you may have missed. Plus, it's sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet. And you can learn more at Xfinity.com. Shall we rifle through the junk drawer? and see what we can find?
Another much hated bit.
Yes. Chuck said we should do the connoisseur again. All right, let me reach in and
By
see
the way,
what we have.
if I may, people always ask what this song is now. And it's one of my favorite songs, and I still don't know the title of it.
Swing Out Sister?
Is that what it is? Let's go with that.
Yeah. I don't know. Okay, I found something.
What?
Jesus.
Sorry, I gotta hit the
He
button.
fell in.
Yeah.
I think, or wait, is that?
Waiting for
No,
my
no,
shit.
no.
Swing Out Sisters, the band.
The band, Am I the Same Girl? That's the name of
it.
Yeah, Am I the Same Girl? Okay. Swedish death cleaning.
Swedish death cleaning.
Yes, it may sound like a funeral ritual, but it's actually all about living in the present. The long-standing in Swedish practice, further popularized with the book called The Gentle Art of Swedish Death Cleaning by Margaret Magnusson, involves a person going through their things so they don't burden their loved ones with too much junk when they die.
Jeez.
But death cleaning isn't just for those near death. Anybody can do it anytime, before or after a big life change, or if you're simply sick of all the clutter around you.
Yes, I see this as being very applicable to giving yourself sort of a parameter to operate in. Like, because my thing is, have I used this in the past 6 months? Have I used this? You know, what is the likelihood I'm going to use this? And then it's out. But you could also apply do I want to leave this here for someone else to deal with?
Yeah.
And that could also help as well.
I death clean every day.
I know you do. I knew this would speak to you. I'm in desperate shape to do something like this, to do a massive clean out of sentimental things that have hung on for a long time. And do I really
need all those kids?
Need all those kids. I think there are smaller sentimental things that I can hang on to, but there's a lot of big things that it's like, really, dude, no, just get rid of it. And I think I'm going to have to do a massive clean out soon.
I worked with a professional organizer one time, and she said for that specifically, sentimental items, she said get a box, and everything you have has to be contained in that box.
Right.
So you get a box of whatever size can fit fits in your basement or wherever you're going to keep it.
Right.
And she said keep it to that size.
Yeah.
That was actually when we moved into our house about 6 years ago. Did not want one of those situations where there's like 2 empty rooms with unpacked boxes from the initial move that never get dealt with. I wanted to have a little bit of a restrictive methodology to the, you know what I'm saying? So that we would have to say, okay, we need to get this stuff out of here, because I didn't want the option of just putting it in that room.
Yeah, Steve, we still have those boxes.
Oh,
in the
do you?
garage,
Yeah,
which is, it's frustrating, and I want to go through them before I throw them away, and I haven't gotten around to doing it yet. Kathy, has having a son complicated your desire to throw things away?
No.
Not
I take pictures of his schoolwork, like all that stuff that you would want to save. I take pictures of it. I was saving all of it in the beginning, and then I would literally have these big boxes of like art projects. When I got to like second grade, I'm like, this is ridiculous. I'm not doing this. So the cute things that he wrote or said or whatever, I took pictures of. I have a few things from each year that
you save 1 or 2.
Yeah, that I'm going to keep, but I will take pictures of, when he was, student of the month or, whatever it was, I'll take a picture of that and put it in. I have a folder on my phone.
By the way, The Gentle Art of Swedish Death Cleaning is now a TV show streaming on Peacock, if you want to check that out. That follows 3 Swedish death cleaners, Ella Engström.
Nice to meet you.
An organizer, Johan Svensson.
Nice to meet you.
A designer, and Katarina Blum.
Nice to meet you.
A psychologist.
And Amy Poehler narrates it.
She narrates it. She's the executive producer. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
And they assist Americans in Kansas City trying to tidy up their lives.
Why do they get the benefit?
Materially and emotionally.
Well, the NFL draft.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
It's
There
tied
you
right
go.
in, yeah.
Must be it. This might be an interesting show to kind of nudge you along if you do need to do some cleaning out of the house.
You know, but this becomes a thing like when people when they first move into a dorm room and you know you're learning how to maximize your space and learning how to you have your room at house, but when you have like your first apartment or whatever, learning how to consolidate and get rid of crap makes a big difference.
They said that
how did Jeffrey Dahmer do it?
They said you really want your home as well as your bigger life to be a reflection of your purpose or of what you value and how you want to treasure life. And that's why this is such a life-affirming show, even though it carries the word death in the title. Still, death looms over the show. In American culture, we don't talk about death much. Swedish culture is more open about it. Everyone will die, after all. If you want to see the movie Midsommar, you can find out more about that.
Absolutely. It's a fun movie.
But they said that remember that death cleaning canon should also be fun. Rummaging through heirlooms, bring up happy memories too, cherished blankets, old costumes, things like that.
What's the full title again?
It is called The Gentle Art of Swedish Death Cleaning.
There's another show out of Sweden that I watch called The Gardening Pedophile.
That's...
And it's not what you think.
No.
Yeah.
By the way... What the hell is that?
Is that Abe Simpson?
Oh,
not
Dad.
Abe Froman.
Ah! Dad! Oh, where were we? Dad!
By the way, called J-Dog Junk Removal if you want to get rid of all
They're
your stuff.
fantastic.
Man,
Yeah,
I wish we'd done that
sponsor.
for my grandfather before he passed. He died in like 2000, 2001. And I think I told you guys this before, but he had a classic baseball card collection, including Babe Ruth.
Wow.
And Steve, we never found it.
Are you kidding?
Yeah.
A Babe Ruth card?
And it was because we didn't clean it. We didn't organize it before he passed. And it was just like, it was boxes. And Kathy,
Do you think someone absconded with it?
No, I think it just got tossed.
Oh, my God.
Because we ended up throwing so much stuff away because nobody had organized it leading up to his passing.
Okay.
I'm not going to have trouble with my parents, though, because I got how I am from my mom. She throws away everything. So there's like nothing, even pictures, like baby pictures of us. When we moved into our own houses, she was like, here you go. Here's your baby pictures. If you want
this crap.
See, and my dad has one little drawer that he keeps his sentimental things in. So it's,
Show my
they do
pictures
not
of
have
Janis
a lot.
Joplin.
Yes.
And I even have a Coke spoon.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
No, well, my dad was engaged before my mom, and when we learned that as kids, we were interested, and so we wanted to like see a picture of it. And he was like, "I have nothing. Your mom threw everything out."
Oh, yes. Of course she did.
Yeah.
All right, what else we have here? Let me go back into the junk drawer. Singer-songwriter Mariel Darling took to TikTok to share the latest horrifying dating trend. It's called being zombied.
Yeah. When this was explained, it made sense.
She said it's like ghosting, but he comes back from the dead after a couple months and hits you up.
That's great.
She added that dating in New York City is very much like a zombie apocalypse mixed with the Thriller music video because all these boys are tap dancing around commitment. So they ghost you first.
Yeah.
And then later on try to come back around.
And get it working again.
Which is tough because ghosting is... that's a slap in the face to someone.
It's
now,
wrong to do that.
If you break up,
Yeah.
and then maybe you roam back around, which I remember doing that for sure, and coming back around for maybe something. But
little hooker salad.
But if you do the ghosting and then come back around, it can be a bit much. So people in the comments agreed and shared personal zombie experiences. One person said, "Have you ever noticed that they all zombie you at the same time? Like, why are 4 guys from my past all hitting me up on the same day?" Someone wrote, "Mine has a Jesus Christ complex. It comes back every 3 days."
You know what I'd say to this also is that you, for as big as major cities can be, if you're, or it doesn't have to be a major city. That's my first perception of this. Sometimes the dating pool can breed a lot of familiarity.
Oh,
You know what I'm
sure.
saying?
There's a lot- it's very incestuous.
They say there's lots of fish in the sea, but I have people say there's less than you think.
Yeah, I mean, I've said this before, but Philly especially, it's the biggest small town in the world.
Right.
And people, you run in circles, and it's like Casey and Delco. Like,
right.
If Casey doesn't know that person, he knows somebody who knows that person.
Right. So this is the same thing here with the zombieing.
According to dating expert Samantha Jane, this trend actually has been around as long as relationships have been, and players love to zombie. She said it can be extremely damaging and confusing, impacts self-confidence, and leaves someone feeling anxious about abandonment. Then when the person reappears, can give a sense of hope and a painful reminder of the random departure.
And it's annoying being around someone who's always
like a zombie. When an old flame that you are over returns out of the blue without an explanation and expects things to be normal, it is cruel and can leave you feeling bewildered. So it's nothing new.
No,
I mean, it's just got a name to it now. So that's the thing about most of these is, this is just the way people, some people act. But now it's being labeled.
You're right about ghosting. Ghosting is just...
And I did it.
Did you ghost someone?
I was a puss. I just hate confrontation, and I wouldn't do it now the way I am now.
Because your wife would complain.
Yeah, she would be upset about it. But if I were in that position, I wouldn't do it again. But I was a classic ghoster.
Yeah,
just not calling him back.
I never did that. Yeah.
All right. Let me go back into the junk drawer. All right, this gentleman, Sam Hoke, he knows a lot about dogs. After years of working with hundreds of breeds during his career as a professional dog trainer, Hoke has become something of an expert when it comes to their behavior and temperament. And Sam recently shared the top dog breeds he would never own himself. TikTok listened in closely, and what he had to say wound up surprising a lot of people. What he did not mention were a few that you might think would be difficult to own because of their demeanor, like Dalmatians. They're supposed to be a little cantankerous.
Yeah.
Rottweilers and pit bulls have bad reputations. He didn't mention any of those. But he just had one word to say, and that was doodles.
He's not a fan of the doodles.
He said golden doodles, sheepadoodles, bernedoodles, no matter the mix. Hoke says that doodle breeds are the number one breed of dog that he would never have as a pet.
Oh, my God.
And his reasoning?
I don't have it in this
trendy, I guess.
particular article. No, it would have to be with, training, with being able to...
Oh, yeah. No, Reggie's great. He's trained really well. He doesn't do anything we ask.
Did you train him to stick his nose in people's ass?
Yeah.
And what about eat the floor?
I'm like, here, go tell me what Preston had for dinner last night.
Who's the one who puked on the wash?
Reggie.
That's Reggie.
That was Reggie.
So Reggie's got a wonky stomach, but he doesn't do anything unless you have a biscuit in your hand. And then he's like, okay, I'll do it.
He's adorable, though. I mean, listen, yeah.
Fozzie's okay.
He's a golden doodle?
He's a Bernedoodle.
Okay.
Yeah. And so I wanted a Bernese Mountain Dog, but they shed a lot, so this was our compromise. But I do have my list of dogs I need to own before I die. And Bernese is on there, Great Dane's on there, German Shepherd's on there. I got to own like a champion level, like a Labrador.
We've had Great Dane, German Shepherd when I was a baby.
Yeah.
The mutts are always winners. Like Chelsea was a blend.
Yeah.
And I love that dog so much. She was fantastic.
But I think next on my list is Great Dane.
God.
Great Danes are amazing.
I'm not a fan of the big dog breeds.
Yeah.
Not a fan of them.
What about medium size?
Mediums are okay, and I'm a little dog guy. I love little dogs.
I used to hate your little dogs, though, don't act like little dogs.
One of them does. Haley,
really?
The girl, yeah, she's yippy. She's got, I think she's somewhere along the line got some Chihuahua or something like that. She's a little high strung.
The footage you showed of them at the beach.
Oh my God!
Is simultaneously adorable and terrifying. They took off like a rocket.
Growing up, we had a Cocker Spaniel, adorable. We had a teacup poodle, which did not have a little dog demeanor. That one was very timid. Sometimes you get any dog that's got a more timid demeanor about them, I prefer that just personally, because when the dogs are jumping on you and things like that, it kind of. I know it's loving and everything, but it's a bit much.
Do you know what happens? Whatever, and it always is the case, whatever you say I'm not a fan of, when you eventually end up with one, you're like, oh
yeah. Little dogs that I will own later on in my life. One is a cockapoo.
Yeah.
I like those. And then also there's another blend that's out there that is it's a yellow lab, or maybe it might be a retriever, dachshund mix. And what ends up happening is it looks like a puppy its entire life.
Right. Well, you can bonsai them too if you bind them.
You just tie, You take some material and you wind it really, really
just allow
tight,
them
and they'll
to
never
grow.
grow.
So today is April 28th. I want you guys to ask me this question before Christmas break. And the question is, do you now own a dog? Because I am getting...
Oh, you're getting the pressure.
I'm getting it from Andrea and I'm getting it from Ben. And it'll probably be a golden retriever because I've had Goldens my whole life and I love them and they're just the best.
When you do, by the way,
I know,
a lot of
Will,
people don't
Steve.
think that they can get like a pure breed or something to and there's loads out there that are available that are in shelters.
Every time we have this conversation, your name comes up because also in the conversation is, or maybe we should just get another cat or both. So, but I think,
like that thinking.
I think by the end of the year, we'll be dog owners as well.
They're
All right.
awesome.
All right, we'll ask you later on. All right, back into the drawer. So there's a company called Zafalto, a French space company. They're planning to launch luxury trips to space aboard a high-tech balloon. And this is different than a rocket trip. So the trips will accommodate up to 6 guests. Anyone is welcome to purchase a ticket if you have at least $130,000 to spare, that is. The trips, of which the company is planning to host 60 per year, starting in 2025, will last for 6 hours each. And guests will get the chance to eat delicious food and sip on tasty wine during their experience. So you get this full...
This is a fixed, anchored...
No.
Oh, it is not?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I believe it goes up and sails, you know?
Really?
Yeah. I don't think it's tethered.
So it
Steve.
goes-
If it is, it didn't mention it.
It goes
in
to
this
the edge
article.
of space?
Yeah. Yeah, so the balloon is about the size of Paris's Sacré-Cœur.
Which means scrotum.
And its attached capsule.
It means Sacred Heart.
Flown by 2 onboard pilots, will depart from France. For the first 90 minutes, passengers will ascend at the speed of 13 feet per second, only to then sit at an altitude of 15.5 miles, roughly 3 times that of a commercial plane. And for 3 hours, while enjoying the view from the stratosphere and the unique space experience after that, the low-carbon capsule, dubbed Celeste, will find its way back to Earth. They said the owner said, we chose 15.5 miles high because it's the altitude where you are in the darkness of space with 98% of the atmosphere below you, so you can enjoy the curvature of the Earth and in the blue line.
So you're not weightless at that point, obviously.
No, he said you
Because
experience
your escargot would be flying all around the...
you experience the darkness of space, but without the zero gravity experience.
So, okay. So the question would be, as with any ballooning, once
where
how
do
do
you
you
end up?
control the landing?
Yeah, I don't know. The experience will be nothing like shooting into spaceport a rocket. The balloon is employed to offer a much more eased and relaxed experience to passengers. And unlike real astronauts, no prior training is required. Yeah, I don't think they would have a 15-mile-long tether. You know what I mean?
Though they talk about these elevators,
Yes.
they talk about these other things that are they're fixed to the ground. They're I don't know how they're pulling that off or will pull that off.
Inside the capsule is designed in the name of French luxury and minimalism. The interiors will be created under the director of Joseph Derens.
It is a balloon.
A French designer who has worked on the look of the Balmain and Givenchy Parisian stores.
You want me to decorate a balloon?
And it will be a Ramon Glacé.
Marron glacé.
Marron Glacé.
It is the color hookers wear.
And
Can I
if
try
you're
on that brown color?
anxious about your upcoming trip to space, Zavalto has thought about that too, including in the ticket price also is the option to speak to a psychologist before your flight who will be able to offer guidance that you might need to prepare you for the unique experience.
What is the price again?
$132,000.
Okay, so there's also, if you go the contrary way here, you can take the ride down to the Titanic. That is, and then there's the Marianas Trench dive.
Okay.
So there are
How much does that cost you?
I think it's probably in the same range.
Okay.
You know, so you're talking about what is it? Down to Titanic is about 4 or 5 hours of descent.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, God, no, thank you.
Yeah, and then you stay you can only stay for a while, and then you're back up. But yeah, it's pretty
this
wild.
is 6 hours. I think that's I mean it's not a good deal per se,
Right.
but I think you get a fair amount out of it, and you get to kind of hang out and wine and dine and enjoy it that way.
And the food we assume is going to be Excellent.
French food.
It's not going to be like Southwest. Here's your nuts.
All right, one more story. Okay, I'm going to mention this. Kathy and I were talking about this. She was there. I don't know if you I don't know if you gave me the story. Yeah, you did give me the story, and I think we should do this at the Keenan's live broadcast.
Yeah.
A gentleman by the name of Jarmo Slutter of the Netherlands has been named the winner of the 2023 European Gull Screeching Championship.
Oh, my God.
Oh, I love this.
Having defeated all challengers at the event held annually in a cafe in a Belgian coastal town. And the reason I think this would be great to do at Keenan's, number one, we're at the beach. There's gulls all over the freaking place making noises. And my friend, Lori Chapman, we were at the beach one day, and her husband, Will, goes, have you heard Lori's seagull impression? And I go, no. And I wasn't expecting much. Oh, my God.
Do we have audio of the competition?
There you go. Hang on, there's more. That's the type that Lori
does that?
Yes.
I love that.
So if you can do that, I think we should do that.
We
at
should.
Keenan's.
I think that's a great idea.
It's noisy, and we're at the beach. Makes a lot of sense. So we'll have to see if we have people who actually can pull that type of thing off. And for this particular contest, people were dressing up as birds and stuff like that.
Got to sell it. We'll have to make sure we sell it.
So the 5 judges are true seagull lovers who evaluate contestants based on their seagull acting skills as well as their screeching abilities.
Are you...
It's performance.
Are you a seagull hater or a seagull?
I'm a little.
Or are you agnostic?
I don't hate them. I think people do stupid things to make them act stupid.
Yeah.
If you leave a bag of chips out, that's on you, man.
It's all that.
You know. But I
When
find,
they take something out of my hand, I hate them.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're standing there with a hot dog or whatever, and one swoops down and grabs a bun or something like that, then yeah, screw that bird.
Screw you, bird.
But I find myself watching them.
I think they're. I
at
do
the
love,
beach.
Yeah, I love.
I think they're cool.
I love the sound, like not not on your blanket, but in the distance. To me, it's a very melodic.
But I have seen amateur beachgoers letting their kids feed the seagulls, and you're just asking for a Hitchcockian reenactment.
Well, that's why they've over the years, over the many years that we've interacted together on this earth, they've become brazen because of that.
Yeah.
I think naturally they would see humans as a predator.
Yeah,
or something they would not want to fly near.
I think the only time it's ever okay to do that, feed seagulls like that, is if you bury your friend up to their neck in the sand and they can't get out.
Yeah.
And then you put the food around their head.
Do you remember when we covered? Was it Joe we sent out?
Yeah.
Covered in bread.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not one seagull came out.
Well, they were still
One
away.
damn seagull.
Yeah.
He was head to toe in bread.
Yep. We tried. Yeah. All right, junk drawer. Let's close it up. Shut that thing because we have money and tickets to give away. Speaking of tickets, Casey, give me some of the Guardians of the Galaxy or whatever. Yeah, I should do Guardians since I mentioned that. We're going to get to MMR's concert cash in a little bit, but beforehand, I'm going to give away some movie screening passes for Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. We have a screening Wednesday, May 3rd at 7 p.m. at the Regal Warrington. Casey's going to be hosting this.
Nice.
So we'll take callers 15, 16, and 17 at 215-263-WMMR, and we will give you those tickets. And by the way, you can text the word Galaxy to 39333, and we'll send you a link to another chance to win passes that way. If you can't call them right now, you can do that. So text Galaxy to 39333. And by the way, they're doing this cool thing at Rothman Roller Rink at Dilworth Park. Next Wednesday, 4 to 6 p.m. is a Guardians of the Galaxy themed skate, so that should be fun. We're going to break and come back, and I got more twisted stories from the Bizarre File for you. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
This weekend.
My God, that was absolutely perfect.
Yep. I am nothing like that. All of that stuff is taken out of context.
My God, it's like looking in a mirror.
It's like By the way, the interview, I'll give it a B+.
B+.
No,
I
no,
can-
no, that was terrific.
Oh, well,
Thank you very much for playing along with us. Absolutely. I don't know. You reading
Gold. It's gold, Jerry. It's gold.
All right. We're going to have to probably pay a retainer to use that. So no drops. We're not going to use those as drops. So, but thank you very much. That was a great interview.
By the way, who was the singer who did that ghastly song, Pina Colada?
Oh, Rupert Everett. Or wait.
Rupert Murdoch.
Rupert Murdoch.
No, it was Rupert.
Rupert Everett, wasn't it?
I think
Not
you're
the
right.
guy from Harry
no, Rupert
Potter?
Everett's an actor.
Yeah.
Who the hell am I thinking of?
It's Rupert.
I'm way off.
Oh, don't play it. Oh, it makes me ill.
I love
this
the
song.
rain.
I detest
What's his, Rupert
every
Holmes.
second of
Rupert
it.
Holmes.
Rupert Everett is the actor.
I rarely would beat up on a song. This song makes me want to vomit. Oh, stop it!
In the dunes of the Cape.
Wait, why do you hate it so much?
It's hideous. It's first of all, he says, "My lady," you know, "My lady." We got some problems with my lady, my old lady, you know. And then I'm gonna look in the newspaper and hook up some chick. And
This
it
would
turns out to
definitely be yacht rock.
The same my lady, and the same chick is hooking up with me that I was trying
I'm
to
just
get away
surprised
from.
because it's very Buffett-esque, and
It's
you
not
are such a
Buffett-esque.
huge
It's
Buffett
ghastly.
fan. Okay.
It's ghastly.
Actually, Jimmy Buffett has said this is a perfect song.
He has not. He has not.
Pierre, it's all
I was
rock
like,
and roll.
see?
Yeah, isn't it all rock and roll? Isn't it all rock and roll?
All right.
Oh, man. Statement.
Turn myself against me. Turn.
It is about having an affair. Like he's trying to set up an affair, and his wife is trying to set up an affair.
Rock and roll.
When you listen to the
except for
lyrics,
this crap.
it's pretty messed up.
All right.
That's the great thing about rock and roll.
I'll stand.
You're into, as long as it's not Rupert Holmes, because that's crap.
See, the danger on this program is to reveal any vulnerability, and then it will be immediately seized on by the rest of the masses on the Preston and Steve compound complex, and then, but not just once, they'll save it in that file. And then, when you least expect it, pull it out.
Well, you know now this will be something for you for a while.
Yes.
And then you'll be able. There was a second though Rupert Holmes song. Yes, there was. Besides the Pina Colada song. Do you remember that, Preston?
Dry Martini?
I don't know. Nick's going to have to look it up.
check, yes.
Something called Him, Steve? I don't know that.
Yeah. Sing it, Nick.
But it came out in 1980. Pina Colada came out in 1979, so it was right afterward. But
maybe
he was that was a hit single.
It's
apparently.
him.
By the way, you just said pina, and I've heard that that's technically the way you say the drink, pina colada.
Pina colada.
Although I always used to say pina colada, but he sings pina colada. If you like pina colada,
It's actually piñas. Yeah. And,
When you have more than one.
I hear Pina Colada. Hang on. Let's
Here,
listen.
let's play it.
Oh no!
Here we go.
What have I done?
I hear Pina.
Do you?
Yeah.
All right.
you're just looking for reasons to hate it.
It's
Yeah,
actually
he is.
it's a letter. It's a letter in the Latino alphabet, an Enya.
Yeah.
Is that actual
And
letter.
also, she was an old
like
rock
Enya.
darling.
She was, yes. She
Orinoco Flow.
That's right. That was Enya. I forgot about that. Oh my God.
All right. On my program today,
That song is bizarrely hypnotic too, isn't it?
Which one?
Orinoco Flow.
Oh yeah,
I love that.
Yeah. All right. I'm sorry, Pierre.
Take two.
Try that again, Enya. Sorry.
That's rock and roll.
That's Orinoco Flow.
I like the first one better.
One more time. We're going to have to go again. I love that. And they're in the booth telling her she's got...
And you can say that again.
In the land of peace.
Oh my God.
Let's do that again, Enya.
You don't want to leave it in? I just coughed up a manatee.
God. Someday yodeling's going to come back.
It will be.
It's all rock and roll.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Yodeling is rock and roll.
Except for Rupert Holmes, who is the biggest cancer in music. A tumor that needs to be excised.
I
I wish him unending misery.
Where did he go? He's on the floor.
You killed him.
I'm so
Whatever you're
surprised he
into.
hates it.
I don't hate. Well, I don't love it. I don't embrace it.
Country rock, except for Rupert Holmes, who stinks so badly. He taints everything he touches. Like a plague he is on music.
There goes my peace and love.
Yeah, what do you mean you don't hate? You just tore him apart.
I take it all back.
By the way, somebody texted and said I would listen to an entire show of Steve doing cough takes of famous songs. Okay. I'll leave you with one more thing.
If you like me,
Rage on and have a great day, gang. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Please welcome the one and only Mr. Mickey Hart.
Yay! All right.
Morning,
Okay. Wow, I love the way you did that.
Well, thank you. I love the way you're
that was really great. You had rhythm. You have rhythm.
See?
Thank you.
You know,
Who could ask for anything more?
Let's get right into that. I love that you love rhythm so much. It's a huge part of your life.
It's everything.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not melody and it's not harmony, but it certainly is rhythm.
You were exposed to percussive instruments and rhythm early on. Your dad was well known and well respected. And
I wouldn't go that far.
He was a musician?
He was a musician?
Okay.
I wouldn't go that far.
Oh, really? All right.
But he did dabble.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
More
And
than
then,
dabble,
and then
actually.
you were working in a you had a job and you were it was
I had a job once.
a jazz club.
Once.
Yeah.
A long time ago. I can't remember having the last time I had a job. Just thinking,
You don't call this a
thinking
job?
of the idea of having to have a job just gives me the willies. I mean, what would I do with the job? Oh, my God.
You wouldn't be a 9-to-5 guy working the cubicle.
No, I doubt it. But if I had to, I would.
You would.
Yeah, but I don't have to, and I won't.
Yeah.
But so you don't view what you do as a job?
Oh,
work.
no. It's a service. It's a service industry. I mean, that's what music is all about. You know, you provide a place where people can come and have an emotional moment,
Right.
and and ritualize. So, yeah, I know, and I think it's very profound, and I'm very, what should I say, honored or blessed or whatever you want to call it, to happen to fall into this universe as a percussionist or a drummer. You know, to be able to do that is,
But maybe even
it's a
people.
good thing.
But people who are maybe in the same situation as you, viewing it as a job, the fact that you don't view it as you view it the way you do.
It's not easy, but it's not like a job. It's like when I get up in the morning, the first thing I do is think of, the new day and what kind of new rhythms there are in it and how I can interpret that. And that's what musicians do. They interpret, society and whatever, you've seen or whatever it is, and they lay down that groove. And every 5-10 years you find a new groove, and you work at it. Yeah, you do work at it, but you work at play. You work to play.
Sure.
You have to keep your skill up. I play every day 2-3 hours.
Do you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Are you kidding? Absolutely. In order to get up there and do what I do.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an athletic event. It's not like lounge drumming and stuff. This is the power stuff.
Well, speaking of reinventing and finding new grooves, I want to ask you about John Mayer, because he's been with the band and touring with you guys for a stretch now. And I think a lot of people initially dismissed him as poppy and not the really great, incredible guitarist that he is. And from my perspective, he seems like the perfect fit for the Dead, because he holds you guys in reverence, but he can also hold his own. What are your impressions on John?
John's a sharpshooter.
Yeah.
He's a gunslinger, as it were. And his guitar, he's beautiful. He plays great. He fits perfectly in the band, and he's a nice guy. I mean, I know he has this reputation and all that stuff, but I've never had a moment of weirdness with him. He's just a very pleasant person to be around, and he plays his ass off.
Before he was a star, he played in the conference room down the hall in these offices. And I went to see his show that night, and one of his strings broke during the performance. He tuned the guitar to itself and he didn't miss a beat. And right then I knew this guy had it, and I was so impressed by his ability.
I'll tell you when I knew he had it was one day when he was just joined the band, I had gotten him into this droning things, feeding back, getting a little crazy. And so during the drums and bass part, he got down on his knee and he put the guitar into the speaker and he started feeding back. And I was looking at him and I was saying, oh, okay. So I walked around to the front of the speakers, sat down right next to him, and I had on one hand I had what do you call it, lighter fluid.
Yeah.
And the other hand I had a Bic.
Okay.
And so he looked at me, I looked at him, and I went like that. And for a minute, I thought he was
going to do it.
And then so he took it. He did take it while he was feeding back, and he put the he put the Bic on the amplifier.
9:59.
MMR's Concert Cash. Now, here's your Concert Cash keyword.
All right, the word is tip. T-I-P. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it, either on the contest page at WMMR.com, via the MMR app, or text it to the special contest short code number 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in this company-wide contest, and all MMR winners get 2 tickets to the MMRBQ Saturday, September 16th. Tickets are on sale now. Winners will get a call from Beasley, so make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com, and for MMRBQ details, text the word finally to 39333. We'll send you a link to the information. Sponsored by Meineke. And the word again is tip, T-I-P. And Casey pulled up this clip of me saying something. Hang on. Save the tip for me.
Yeah.
Save the tip for me, I guess is what I said. All right, let's do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by J-Dog Junk Removal and J-Dog Carpet Cleaning. Got junk, want it gone. Got floors, want them clean? Call J-Dog Junk Removal and J-Dog Carpet Cleaning. Veteran owned and operated. Started right here in southeastern PA. Call 844-GET-JDOG or visit jdog.com. Well, a 79-year-old man upset over his neighbor's use of a leaf blower went into the man's yard and shot him in the head, killing him. Yet another one of these random stories, or completely inappropriate, crazy, over-the-top, for no reason stories. Tori Lachey has been charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder in the shooting death of William Matares. According to the sheriff's office, Lachey was using the leaf blower in his own yard at about 7:35 when Matares approached. The 2 men began arguing when Lachey shot Matares in the head. Matares was pronounced dead at the medical center. So the guy using the leaf blower, it sounds like, was the guy who shot the other guy for complaining about it.
Say that again.
So
the shooter was the guy using the leaf blower?
Yeah. And Matares approached. They began arguing, and then Lachey shot the dude who came over to complain. A firearm was found near the property line. It says a 79-year-old man upset over his neighbor's use of a leaf blower went to the man's yard and shot him in the head and killing him. So that headline doesn't
maybe
match.
they shot each other.
Only one person did the shooting, but I'm not sure who shot who then.
Okay. Well, it's regardless, it's a tragedy.
It's a leaf blower.
Come on,
crying
man.
out loud.
My aunt had a friendship end because of a leaf blower one time.
my
and
gosh.
It's a long and complicated story, but and nobody ended up getting shot. But leaf blowers can be divisive.
My clarification on this story would be 7:30 a.m. or 7:30 p.m.
PM.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that seems to be completely fine.
Yeah. So this is the latest in a series of shootings nationwide over seemingly random events. All right, here's a happy story. A 7th grade student is being hailed as a hero after the driver of his school bus lost consciousness and then he took the wheel on Wednesday.
The kid is so, at least from the angle I saw, so calm and collected. It's amazing.
The boy brought the school bus to a safe stop while it was moving. The driver had become lightheaded and lost consciousness. Facebook picture posted by the proud parents of the hero, young Dylan, attracted grateful responses online. The police and fire departments responded very quickly, tended to the driver, and the students were safely loaded onto a different bus to make their way home.
Watch this footage. It's up on the screen here in the studio. So the guy is fanning himself. He's clearly having an issue, the bus driver.
Yep.
And you can see he's almost like seizing up.
Wow.
Yeah, so he's in the bus is moving at this point, so you can see traffic going by, and he looks like he is he's coughing and
And how old was the kid?
13.
Seventh grade. Wow. So yeah, middle schooler. And
you'll see in a second, he's trying. The driver's trying to reach controls, and it's not quite working. So you'll see the kid jump up in a second.
It's crazy.
Taking a lot longer than it took in the original video.
Well,
there he goes out.
And now the video's over. Okay,
there we go.
so
No, here
the
we
school
go.
district is expected to hold a press conference to share more
We
details.
want to apologize about the length of the video.
3 suspects have been arrested for allegedly throwing large, this is a terrible story, but they got the people, large landscaping rocks toward at least 7 cars on Colorado roads last week. The last of the 7 incidents claimed the life of a 20-year-old driver named Alexa Bartell. The suspects, all 18-year-old high school seniors, were taken into custody at their parents' homes and are all facing charges of first-degree murder.
Good.
With extreme indifference. Additional charges are expected. It's not clear which suspect or suspects, identified as Joseph Koenig, Nicholas Karolchik, and Zachary Quack, were driving during the spree, but all 3 are suspected of throwing rocks. It appears they threw rocks while driving. And around 10:45 p.m. on April 19th, Bartell was driving when someone threw a large rock through her windshield. It hit and killed her. It wasn't a wreck that she had.
It was
the
like
rock hit her.
And they knew what was going to happen.
In the hour,
the judge was furious at them, Preston. He yelled out, "Zachary Quack, don't talk back."
Okay. In the hour before Bartell was killed, 6 other cars in the area had rocks thrown at them as well. In 2 of those incidents, some drivers suffered minor injuries as well.
Do you remember the story? Was it here where they actually had a frozen turkey?
Yeah. I don't know if that was here. It might have been in Pennsylvania, yeah, but I do remember that. The sheriff's office said phone forensics and information from the public helped them to get the arrest.
But honestly, the parents should be arrested for naming their child Zach Quack.
Zach Quack. Mm-hmm.
Don't talk back.
Let's see. Here's a lovely grandfather. A Shanghai man was sentenced to prison for kidnapping his own granddaughter so he could maintain his gambling addiction with the ransom money. The kidnapping was orchestrated by a 65-year-old man identified by his surname Yon. And Yon kicked off his plan by picking up his 4-year-old granddaughter from her kindergarten and taking her out to eat and shop without her mother's knowledge. The girl's mother then arrived at the school, realized her daughter was missing. She received a message from Yon demanding $72,000.
Oh, my God.
He said, take out the money in 3 days or you'll never see your precious daughter again.
So was he pretending he was someone else, or was he?
No, he was.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Buddy, it's gotten away from you.
So she called Yon to persuade him to give up on the plot, but failed to sway him. He was arrested that evening after his daughter reported him to police.
It's going to make it uncomfortable at Thanksgiving.
And he was charged with extortion and sent to a local prison. He protested the charges in court, saying the kidnapping should be considered a family dispute and not a crime.
We have some apple pie for everyone who didn't kidnap my daughter.
Chinese courts can designate some crimes within families, including domestic violence, as family affairs. And he pled not guilty to the charges. He ended up going to jail. And while serving his sentence, he went on a hunger strike and had difficulty getting along with other prisoners. So he's just a lovely fella. All right. And then finally, you know what? I'm going to wrap with this one because it's a follow-up. It's a story that I have mentioned a few times over the years. But a clown, this is the recap of the story. A clown came to Marlene Warren's door on a May morning in 1990, handed her carnations and a balloon, and then shot her dead in front of her son.
Remember this?
And on Tuesday, her husband's second wife finally pleaded guilty to being the killer, closing a case that is strange even by Florida standards. So Sheila Keen Warren pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in a deal that will likely see her released from prison in no more than 2 years.
2 years?
Yeah, she's been in jail. They've had her since when did they first pick her up?
Are there special clown rules that apply?
So, long suspected of being the shooter, Kim Warren has been jailed awaiting trial for first-degree murder since 2017. So she's been in jail for a few years. When this
trial's a circus.
Investigators said improvements in DNA technology proved that a hair found in the clown's getaway car came from her. She's insisted, however, that she's not the killer. But no, she ended up admitting it. And it's a messed up, long, detailed story, which I'm not going to go into. But yeah, I found the 2-year thing a little.
It seems really.
What's that all about? Because she admitted to it.
Did we talk about the Preston, the story about the woman in line in the drive-thru, Kathy, that it turned out to be a hit?
Oh, around here, locally.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we did not talk about that. Do you know some of the details on that, Kathy? She was in line at
Dunkin' Donuts.
Dunkin' Donuts.
Just out of the blue.
And her son was in the car.
Yeah.
And yeah, it ended up being, I believe, she had a boyfriend. It was her boyfriend's ex-girlfriend who hired a hitman to kill her. They did it in broad daylight. It was in the morning. She was taking her kid to school.
Yeah.
It seems similar to this story. So yeah.
Yep. All right. That's it for the B file. You've got about 4 minutes left to enter the word TIP, T-I-P. And that's for the concert cash giveaway. So you can do it through WMMR.com, the MMR app, or text it to 45911. Don't miss this opportunity. It's just 3 letters you got to send over to us. TIP. That is the word. As we take a break, am I giving away these?
Yeah.
All of them?
All of them.
Shut up.
Yep.
All right, I have Scream 6 on digital.
Whoa.
And we'll start with caller number 10. So 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. You will all get it. 215-263-WMMR. Ghostface is back, more terrifying than ever on a rampage in the Big Apple. You can get over an hour of killer bonus content when you buy it on digital. Available at participating retailers and is rated R. So caller 10 through 14 will set you up. We'll be back in just a second. Hang out.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
John, you were going to do it, weren't you? And he said, I was really thinking about it, but the guy who makes my guitar is in the audience. I couldn't do it. But he almost lit his guitar on fire, so I knew right then he was okay.
Wow.
I was wondering if you had watched the Grateful Dead documentary that was on Amazon and what your thoughts are.
No.
It was very in depth.
Oh God, it was just awful. I just did not like it.
You didn't care for it.
It was just a one-sided affair. It was not for me, and it really didn't show the Grateful Dead in its totality. It was more like a Jerry, whatever that is, memorial thing or whatever. He was trying to do, but it wasn't really. It didn't have the heart of the Grateful Dead.
Okay.
That's for sure.
There's been a lot done about it.
They made me watch. Oh, I watched it once.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to say I didn't like it. But that's it. I didn't see it at the premiere. Me and Bob and Bill, we went out and had dinner.
Yeah.
While they showed the movie.
That's funny.
We came back right at the end when they all started. And we go, okay.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you about some of the things that you do like. I was listening to the concert in Paris, 1974, this morning.
Yeah.
What was it besides the United States? What was your favorite country to play in?
Oh, Jesus, that's a good question. I think that I can't answer that question because they're all good when you play good.
Mm-hmm.
Every country is the same.
Yeah.
If the music is played well and we have a great time, France is great, England's great, Germany, it's all good if we play well. If we don't play well, the city sucks.
It's this place.
We blame it on the city.
Blame it on the city.
Of course.
Franklin Port.
I also, as a fan, there's an ebb and flow to the way I listen to your music, and so recently I flowed back to. I guess I ebbed back to. I ebbed back to studio albums. Do you? I don't know if you ever listen to your own music.
No.
But do you have a favorite studio album?
Yeah, I would have to say it would be, it was half studio and half live. It was called Anthem of the Sun. I think it was our second record, back 3,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And that was probably my favorite. American Beauty, Working Man's Dead. They were nice, fuzzy, warm.
See, my first album I ever bought was Mars Hotel, so I automatically go back to that one. And Unbroken Chain. And
we were never very good in the studio. We never could cage the animal in the studio.
When did you realize that? It seemed to be early on.
Yeah, well, we thought we could make, no one knew how to make a record. But I mean, we didn't know how to make anything. We were just musicians at the time, and we weren't really savvy on the studio. No one had a studio.
Right.
Now I have a studio. Everybody has a studio. So we just weren't producible. There was too much anarchy in the band. Too many people wanting to do, they had strong opinions of it. So And we never really liked it in the studio, the four walls. You know, it was too captivating. We were like a captive in the studio. And we never really made a great record.
You guys had a pop explosion in the late 80s when you hit with Touch of Grey and Hell in a Bucket, in the dark. Was that fun? Was that cool? Was it neat seeing a whole bunch of people who maybe had not been turned on? You've always had legions of loyal fans, but here all of a sudden, boom, you had fresh music. And the tour was gigantic. Was it fun?
Oh, yeah, it was fun, but it wasn't quite like that.
Okay.
What happened was we were already playing stadiums at the time. That was in 87.
Yeah.
So instead of playing 1 or 2 days at the stadium, we're playing 3 days at the stadium.
Yeah.
So it really didn't affect us much. We just
You guys were touring sold-out shows anyway.
We didn't feel it, which we were playing stadiums. And
Yeah, but you know what? I
It was
found
more
out about you guys
incremental.
because of the Touch of Grey. There was a music video. I was young at the time, so so you guys had a music video, so you were totally reaching an audience. That,
yeah, we never did the videos or anything. We never did a single. So we weren't really part of the music industry. We never played that game. And we know if we lived by the single, we would die by the single. If we didn't have a hit.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
It's funny because I remember becoming aware of the Grateful Dead, through the iconic artwork that was associated with the band.
Yep.
What's that about? What's that about? So that predates obviously videos, but still a visual medium brought me into the awareness of the music, which is very cool.
Exactly. It mirrored the music. In the old days, how that started was these artists would come to the shows, and we were all getting high, and psychoactive drugs, taking acid and whatever. And these were physical representations of what the music sounded like. They would go home and they would start painting, and they're still high, and that's what these things were representing. They were representing the music.
How were you vetting that, or was it just sort of if you want to do it, do it, or would you guys kind of consciously say, I don't like that, doesn't represent our band right, or was it just an open source?
Well, luckily in our case, the people would come up with these incredible,
iconic stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we just had to choose between the good stuff. I mean, it was so much good
great.
around. And a lot of people went home and just did it, and it was uncommissioned.
Yeah,
they just went out and said, "This has to be done."
Wow.
And so then all of a sudden we looked at them and we go, "That's us." And they go, "Okay, cool.
That's cool.
That's it."
Let me ask you with the art and your painting. I mean, did people automatically take to it? Were you afraid you were going to get here's a musician trying to be a painter sort of deal?
I'm not afraid.
Yeah. So what was that jump like, and how well were you received initially? Because I mean, honestly, we were looking at the stuff. It's pretty amazing looking.
There it is.
Yeah. So what was that initially like?
Well, I didn't think of it as it's art. It
is art.
Came out. It's
right.
You follow the muse. I mean, you're an artist. The thing that turns you on, makes you do things artistically. And first time I did it, I walked into the house and my daughter looked at it and she said, "Dad, this got legs."
That's pretty good.
Legs. She liked it.
Yeah.
And so if my daughter liked it, and she doesn't like much.
Does she like the Dead? Does she like
that?
Okay.
So I said, "Okay, I'll paint. If you like it, I'll paint it."
You can take a look for yourself and see Mickey Hart's work. It's called Vibrational Expressionism, The Art of Mickey Hart. And Sunday, back up this way, King of Prussia, noon to 2. Is there a spot where we can go to get all this information, a website or anything, you guys?
I just want to meet the King of Prussia.
Yes, we all do.
And I want to see Mrs. Prussia.
Sure.
Mr. Prussia. And all of the little Prussians.
All the Prussiettes. Yeah.
I'm actually Mrs. Prussia.
She is.
Yeah.
She shops there all the time.
I heard that she cooks.
Oh,
You heard wrong.
have heard wrong, sir.
Wrong, Mrs. Prussia.
She makes reservations. Yeah.
I can make a mean reservation.
She makes a mean reservation.
She makes a mean Romanoff.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give some love to the one and only Mr. Mickey Hart.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming by. Do you remember the squirtable butter used to come in a thing?
Yeah, butter spray.
Is that what?
I
no,
can't
not
believe it's
spray,
not
not
butter.
There's an actual like liquid, almost
Really?
like
liquidy
like the way you
butter.
dispense mustard.
It was
don't
more
remember
back in the 80s probably, and if you had a waffle, you could go
blink, 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 blink in each little.
If I had a waffle,
Each little
I'd eat it
crevice.
in the morning.
Yeah,
there we go,
Do you
Parkway.
need butter in every little square?
You do.
If you're
you're a man.
If you're a man, no.
Okay.
No, I obsess about little things like that.
Okay.
It's just like weird.
So your answer is yes, you do.
Yeah, I have a butter memory with Preston that is probably 19 years old. Do you know what it is?
Memories.
Butter memory.
Preston, do you remember the butter memory?
That's probably 19 years old.
19 years old.
Butter memories.
You would have to butter memories. You would have to give me a hint.
Me, you, Steve, and Marilyn.
Wow.
that wraps it up.
Butterfest,
Did a show
1998.
for 3 years together.
Media Court Diner.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
You know the butter memory?
Yeah.
Oh, well, do tell.
So we're sitting there, and it's after we had done a show, and we're having lunch, and there was
We're all just getting to know each other, by the way.
yeah, we're all getting to know each other, and so they had a little ramekin full of butter, which is a small dish. And so I guess it was a ball of butter or something like that. And we're just talking, and I just reach out and grab it and just squish it with my hand, just to be outrageous,
Provocative.
I'm like, ooh, butter,
Yeah.
and I did that, and he died laughing. So.
I was like, what? I wish I would have done that.
On the first sight.
That looked fun.
Butter memories.
But if I owned a diner and
I dine in the morning.
and I was
Are also receiving services and assistance.
We know one specifically.
Yeah.
A good friend of the show who has helped was in a really difficult situation. Laurel House stepped in and took care of everything.
Yep, $35, and this is going to be at the Pfizer Collegeville campus on the 13th. It's a Saturday. We hope that you will join us and go to the events page of WMMR.com and then click on community. I think that's where it will be,
Yes, sir.
Nick. So, walk a mile in our shoes. Make sure you join us. All right, we're going to do today's lesson question, and we are going to give away as a prize pair of tickets for the 2023 Ardmore Outdoor Spring Beer Festival, Saturday, May 13th. Same day, you could go to the Walk a Mile in her shoes, and then you go to the beer fest.
Yeah.
I don't recommend drinking a lot of beer before the high heel shoes.
You'll need a beer after.
Yes. All right. So the question that we have for you this morning is: at which department store does Steve like to purchase his old lady bras? All right. If you heard that from the 6 o'clock hour, wow, early this morning. 215-263-WMMR. I think this was in the news. I very rarely ask a lesson question from the news. I'll be surprised if we get somebody who remembers this. At which department store does Steve like to purchase his old lady bras? 215-263-WMMR. If you've been around that long, call us now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Rita's Water Ice. Rita's is freezing up the flavor for your next coffee fix with their new cold brew frozen coffee. And you can sink your straw into the perfect pick-me-up with 3 great flavors. There's mocha, caramel, and cold brew. And you can get yours today. Let's see where we're going today. Steve, what's up this morning?
Well, Kim Kardashian telling Time magazine she would gladly give up reality TV to become a lawyer full-time. Kim says she wants to impact people's lives for the positive, which ironically enough is something she could easily do by giving up reality TV.
Hey!
Usher telling Access Hollywood that he would love to head the next Super Bowl halftime show. The 44-year-old Usher says he wants to prove he's still got it, even if the it he's got is COPD.
Top.
And finally, Smokey Robinson is opening up about his longtime friendship with Diana Ross, saying the two had a year-long affair back when he was married to his first wife. Robinson says Ross has always been the kind of friend you could bang while married to your first wife.
Wow.
That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we are looking for the answer to this. At which department store does Steve get his old lady bras? 215-263-WMMR. It's Sean we're going to go to. Hey, Sean, morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Wonderful. All right, so, Sean, where indeed does Steve like to purchase his old lady bras?
Well, it's somewhere I love to shop myself in Boscov's.
Sean, thank you for being us since the 6 o'clock hour this morning. Hang on the line. We're going to give you a pair of tickets for the 2023 Ardmore Outdoor Spring Beer Festival, Saturday, May 13th at Shuffle Plaza. And you can enjoy live music and 50-plus craft brews, 21 to drink, all ages to hang. Tickets are on sale now. VIP packages include an hour pre-fest indoors at Ardmore Music Hall hosted by Pierre Robert and ticket giveaways for the Hooters sold-out shows that weekend. You can text Beer Fest to 39333 for a link to all of the information. All right, we'll get into music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I have got big. We're going to change it up.
Nice. What was that?
I did this. I have got.
I don't remember that.
I don't know what the full clip is.
Nice.
I have got big balls.
There you go. All right, so just 3 quick stories for you here. Sammy Hagar's time working with Eddie Van Halen and fronting Van Halen is never far from his thoughts. In an interview with USA Today, the Red Rocker revealed the peak of my musical life was Van Halen. He said, my ego wants to say I was doing great as a solo artist. Well, yeah, I was doing fine. But Van Halen was some other thing, man. It was a four-headed monster, and I missed Ed dearly.
I guarantee you, if he had full sway over everything, there would have been an Eddie Van Halen tribute by now.
Oh, yeah, I believe so. Over 2 years after Eddie died, he remains very much on Sammy's mind and in his heart. He said, I cherish him more than ever. What happened with us at the end was such a shame. It's what happens when alcohol and drugs are involved, and I'm going through a divorce, and it's such a shame. If Van Halen were still together today, we'd be headlining every one of those festivals all over the world. He went on to say, I miss his unique creativity. He'd play something, and I'd go, what? Where the hell did that come from? He was so out of left field, so original. That creativity always lifted me.
The one thing he did clarify is towards the end, they were on really good terms.
Yeah.
And hanging out, and he knew, Eddie knew he was on the way out.
Yeah, it's too bad when that happens at that point, but at least they had that moment. A new life and career spanning documentary on Carlos Santana.
Oh, wow.
Titled Carlos has just been announced. Sony Pictures Classic have acquired worldwide rights to the feature-length documentary film about the father of Latin American jazz fusion. The doc will be directed by Emmy Award-winning filmmaker Rudy Valdez and executive produced by Academy Award-winning producers Brian Grazer and Ron Howard for Imagine Documentaries. So far, no premiere date set for it. According to the official announcement, featuring never-before-seen or heard archival footage and music, the film offers an intimate and exhilarating look inside the mind of an elemental force of contemporary music and tells the incredible story of Santana's life from a 14-year-old street musician to a 10-time Grammy-winning and 3-time Latin Grammy-winning global sensation. That should be pretty cool.
I was just listening to Z-Bop.
Oh, what a great album.
Yeah, it's a great album.
Phenomenal. And then the last thing, and I only have just the tiniest bit of information about this, Rivers Cuomo has announced that he'd like for his fans to help him write a new Weezer musical. He tweeted out yesterday, does anybody want to help me write the story for a musical, which would be the next Weezer album? We could make a follow-up to Songs from the Black Hole or Start Afresh. And that's all that he wrote, and that's all that I had to say about that.
How about the story of like a con man trying to sell marching band equipment to a small town?
Maybe. That sounds like an original idea.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. A reminder that MMR is celebrating our birthday weekend this weekend.
It's in River City.
Yes. Oh, Rivers Cuomo.
There you go.
Yeah, see.
So anyhow, the birthday weekend is this weekend. You're invited to party on air all weekend. Tune in for big 5-song blocks from the biggest bands to grace the airwaves over the past 55 years. And we thank you, Philadelphia, for rocking 55 years with WMMR. So that is this weekend, and it starts right away. All right, that's it. We're going to take a break. Come back in a second. We'll get the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize, and we will wrap things up and let Pierre take you through the rest of the day. Stay put. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. Finally.
Are we doing MMR? We doing?
And then you can go.
You would keep it like you could even have it as you could have the way you have a mug warmer where your butter could be on it and with the pump so that you could dispense that
Now
way.
it would need to be more like misty,
like a fire hose.
No, like
a spray bottle.
Like a spray bottle, like you would spray your indoor plants.
Like a spritz.
I disagree. I think that the butter, like the spray butter, you're lessening the quality of the butter product. And if you're going to have like actual butter, you're going to need to have like a vat of melted butter. This is your diner, so I'm not trying to tell you how to run your business.
You open your own diner next door and do
build your own goddamn
normal, boring pats of
I
butter.
kind of want to work with you, like almost like as if I was your therapist, and to make you okay with not having butter in every square. Like it's all right.
No, I know.
It's still going to taste good. You're going to get enough butter.
Believe me, I've
Touchstone Pictures. He had to have butter in every square until a concerned therapist came into his life. My name is Romano. I think I can help you.
Then we need some good music like
yes,
Peter
inspiring.
Gabriel,
Salisbury Hill.
Salisbury Hill. Yeah. See if you can pull that up. So the serious part when he realizes he has a problem.
Oh, no, I can't even get it together anymore. Every time I go into the diner, I start trembling like crazy. I think I know someone you can talk to. And then she came into his life. My name's Romano, and today's the day we start making changes. From Touchstone Pictures, the story of a boy who learned now how to not have butter in every square of his waffle. Butter squareless waffle boy.
Butter squareless waffle boy.
Or something to that effect.
It's a butter therapist.
I feel like I already went through this with Jace. Like at breakfast time. It's okay, honey.
Unbutterable.
Is that the name of the movie?
Yeah.
I'm doing it!
I heard recently that isn't even, I mean, just the old, sneaking the look at your next door neighbor's paper is not necessarily the chosen form of cheating these days, because so much stuff is done online now that students are using Google Docs quite a bit to cheat with.
All the time.
Yeah.
And so now they're trying to make, in fact, they've said they've noticed a general increase in grades that they believe is artificially manipulated.
Really?
And so much so that Google itself has stepped up and has, like I'm looking at an article here, they're trying to set up ways to prevent Google Docs being used for cheating.
So here's the way I understand that this works, and if I'm wrong, please tell me.
Yeah.
We've got students here, we've got strippers that know the answers as well, because Victoria was chiming in on this while we were off air. That if someone takes a test in a class before you, that you're going to have that same class, and they therefore can get that exact exam that you're about to take and send that to you before you take the exam. Is that kind of the way it works? Is that what I understand?
You know who knows?
Ben knows. Ben, come in here.
Ben here.
Intern Ben, we're going to get him on the mic. And by the way, Ben, are you currently a student?
Yes, I go to Temple University right now. I've been there for 3 years now.
Okay. All right. So what I was just saying, I know you guys are busy in the other room there. When someone is taking an exam, they can take that exam and give it to someone else who has that same test later on in the day. Is that how it works?
So it totally depends, but like a lot of the times it will just be on your laptop in class, and it's impossible to govern everyone's laptop, as you can imagine.
Okay. Okay.
You all right? Had to run in.
He's a little nervous.
I was wondering why you talk like that. And actually, it's the thing. It's the Google documents.
I've talked to Ben many times. I've never heard his voice quite like that before.
It's as we matriculate through the process of the Temple University. We, of course, enriched by the learning that we have. So I guess.
You poor kid.
I guess Ben doesn't talk like that.
Excited to come on air with us.
We just pulled him in by. It's not his fault. It's not his fault.
Off guard. That's all.
Okay. So Ben, I guess what Preston's asking is, how does
start over?
How does the document get disseminated to everyone who's looking to cheat off that original document?
So you can have a Google Doc open on your laptop in like a separate tab, and then you can send it to anybody that has like a Google email. And of course, our school uses Google for everything.
So you can have the Google Doc, I guess, open on a different browser. and just sort of toggle between the two, the test and the Google Doc test, Google Doc. I don't know. Gabby's here as well. She's also a student. You know.
What's your take on it?
Yes.
Stop it. I'm just kidding. Poor Ben. We pull him in while he's trying to do other work. So
What's your take on it, Gabby?
Yeah, so if you're in a group, just like in a group, when you're doing one of your assignments, you obviously have everybody's email. So you can set up this Google Doc where you can share everything that you do. So even if you're in one class earlier and you have a friend that's in the next class later in the day, you can just share that document with other people in other classes.
Okay. And Victoria, were you the student? Did you do this or hear about this happening as well? Yes. Oh, why is your mic not on? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yes. So when I was in school, it was just super easy. Well, first of all, the website is pretty, like, once you get it down, it's super easy to use. And yes, sharing is so easy, and it's so easy to communicate on there amongst many people.
Did anyone ever flow? I mean, because they're saying that it has had, and Google has actually had to step in to give teachers ways to fight this. Do you know anyone who's ever cheated using the system?
Well, that's what I was going to ask.
I would say.
Actually, no, I'm not aware.
Ben has something to say about the Apple Watches.
Yes. So not about the Apple Watch, but I do have a story we can go into.
Okay, please do.
So in high
Make it a long
school,
one.
I went to a tech school. So I was in computer programming, obviously.
Right, yeah.
Obviously.
So, but we figured out a way to cheat on the learning guides, which is our little exercises to learn how to program, but the teacher caught wind of this.
Yeah.
So for a month, every student had to handwrite all their code.
Oh, God.
Because we were cheating, which is Java and HTML, that's awful.
That's crazy. That's all little symbols.
We had to handwrite all of it, then we had to type it up, and that was his way to prevent us from cheating. And I was pissed because I wasn't cheating. I was the one actually doing it right. Because
This
all
is
the other students
outlandish. This is absolutely outlandish. I'm going to take you outside and kick your ass.
Did you rat everybody out because you weren't
What
cheating?
am I, a monk? This is ridiculous.
No, Casey, I was trying to be cool.
No. But so how long did it take to take a test like that?
Well, for what would take 5 minutes on the computer was about 25 on the paper.
Jesus.
Just because you got to remember the symbols, you got to squiggle them or whatever.
Just you have to talk through them. Just keep
This
talking.
is the goddamn dumbest thing I've ever heard. It's goddamn ridiculous.
25 on the paper.
No, but I mean, to write, who's talking about writing code is in all symbols and intense stuff. It's
Preston, get yourself together.
I can't. Steve being outrageous, Ben, is killing me. Oh, this is an outrage.
Preston, the answer wants to chime in here as well.
Oh, yes, Victoria. Yes.
Yeah, don't forget about me. Okay.
I'm
anyways.
sorry, Victoria.
No, it's okay. It's just so funny. I'm listening to how far people will go to actually cheat. And I went to a really good school, and we would literally cheat in groups, and the teachers had no idea. That's how
No
oblivious.
idea.
I guess they were just paid so well that I swear they didn't care.
Do you think there's some credence to the fact that schools who rely on, how the school's performing would allow this to happen?
I guess to keep up with the
reviews and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's conceivable.
I went to a really good school, so I guess high test scores were super important.
So it's plausible deniability, right? That you can say, okay, they're just getting good grades.
And what's funny enough, in 9th grade, I actually had a social studies teacher that would literally grade you on if he liked you or not. We would write what we had for breakfast on, literally, I would write the most ridiculous answers, and some of them would be right and some of them would be wrong. I swear this man graded you on whether he liked you or not, or maybe your outfit that day. I swear
I bet
he
you
didn't
did
care.
very well.
Yes, being stunningly gorgeous helps too.
I passed, by the way. And he fed
gotta be
us.
so
He
hard.
was a G. He was awesome.
What's going on over here? Just because she's super hot, she passes? I'm here writing goddamn code, my fingers are falling off. She talks about having egos and she gets an A+.
You're a good sport, Ben.
Yeah, that was an outrage, frankly. Goddamn, says I have a rheumatoid arthritis writing all this code. And over here, she says she had a Pop-Tart for breakfast, she has an A+.
I love when you threaten to kick their ass.
Outside now, I'm going to put my foot so far up your ass, you're going to see my big toe coming out your nose.
Oh, my God.
All right, you have to wrap this up.
And that was a Casey boy. addition to the playlist this morning.
It's appropriate.
Yeah.
We're
most definitely.
currently in no sad bro status.
Yeah, we're in full-on mode. 10:40 on Friday morning. We're going to get the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize in a little bit, but some things that we need to do ahead of time. I would like to thank our guest this morning, and I've been pronouncing his name wrong all these years. I've always called Michael Rappaport Michael Rappaport. And I went ahead and asked him, and he's like, yep, there's a T in there.
There you go.
Michael Rappaport, Helium Comedy Club tonight. He was great. We had a really good conversation with him, and one show left, 10 o'clock show, and that's it tonight. Rest of the shows are all sold out. He didn't need to come by here. And he did, and it was great. And you can go to heliumcomedy.com to get tickets. And then our friend Joe Matares checked in. Joe's playing City Winery tomorrow night, and he's doing his greatest hits. And you can go to citywinery.com to get tickets. Okay. Do I ask you about this thing you have for us now?
No, I had this thought.
It's like an audio surprise,
It's
right?
an audio surprise, but I had this thought during the show, and then I grabbed Kyle and I talked to Zach, and we recorded a present for you guys.
That's why you were out of the studio a couple of times this morning.
It didn't have to happen today, but I was like, you know what? I want this to happen today, so I apologize for disappearing a couple of times.
Am I playing this here?
I have it here on the hotkey.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's see what this is. Here we go.
No sad bro, 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 no sad bro.
I love
It's great.
it.
Right? Yeah.
I love it. Little Howard Jones and No Sad Bro. Well done, Casey.
I assume Kyle's singing.
Yes.
Well,
Casey's doing
I can hear you.
he's doing the call and response.
Right.
And did Zach just pull up the music, or is he adding a third part of harmony there? Because Zach can sing as well.
He can. I think he might have added the harmony. Yeah, he added the harmony, added a little bit of reverb on
Hit
there
it one
as
more
well.
time. One
Okay,
more time. Let's hear that, yeah.
No sad bro,
Kyle.
no
That's Case.
sad bro, no sad bro, no sad bro.
And that's Zach in there with the high
Zach's,
harmony.
there you go.
No sad bro.
Dude, Kyle's voice is so freaking powerful.
I know.
He's great.
I know.
He's great. And also, Zach is a really, Zach is a great musician on his own.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Kyle, I still want my junk drawer jingle when you get a moment. I know he keeps forgetting
And
about
make
it.
us a hooker salad.
Yeah, please. What about those pictures I was supposed to see?
What about those pictures I was supposed to see?
Hi, Pierre Robert.
Why, good day then.
Nice to see you, sir.
Fine, thank you.
I didn't ask you how you were.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And you?
It's great to hear. Wonderful, too. Yeah.
It's like when an alien is trying to convince people that he's human. Yeah.
Yes.
My hat knows no boundaries.
It's all the
what did you say?
incorrect responses. Yes.
Red is nice.
Nice. How was your show yesterday?
Total.
Yeah. And such.
And such. My show yesterday was fun. Thank you for mentioning the Robert DeLeo interview.
I enjoyed it.
He's an amazing musician, and a lot of folks don't know that he wrote a lot of the
I wasn't aware.
famous STP songs.
I
some
thought
of the biggest
a
ones.
lot of times you think the guitarist, you think Dean would have been. I'm sure they collaborated on a lot of it, but yeah.
Scott and Robert worked nearby each other and would run across the street to each other's stores in California when they were working, and would say, I got this.
Oh, that's great.
Do something with this. And then Scott would say, I got this. Do something with this. Robert would go, what do you think about this? And Scott would add lyrics. So it was pretty cool.
Pierre, I got this clip sent to me yesterday, which is pretty funny. It's a clip from 1993, and Oprah is interviewing this mother who is very concerned about her son because he's started following this band called Stone Temple Pilots, and they have a song called Sex Type Thing, and Dead and Bloated, and she's really worried about her child following this band. I'll have to send it to you, and it's just interesting to look back on what people were afraid of 30 years ago.
Right. That is great. Oh, I'd like to hear that. By the way, your lovely girlfriend has an art opening tonight, does she not?
Yep, she do. Yeah, she's got an art show that starts at 4 p.m. today. It's at Kohl's in Conshohocken. Kohl's Framing is a great store. Huge MMR fans, huge Pierre Robert fans, and Preston and Steve show. So Andrea has this art show, and she's very nervous about it, and I'm sure she wouldn't want me plugging it, but I'm going to do it anyway. And Kathy's going to stop by if she can.
I'll be there, yeah.
Yes. So 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., Kohl's Framing, which is on Fayette Street in Conshohocken.
I just realized a mistake I made earlier this morning. We were talking about Moscov's, and I meant Kohl's.
You meant Kohl's.
Yeah. Kohl's is where the Mark Anthony collection is.
Oh, okay. All right.
Not Boscov's. I was wrong, and I was thinking, and I think I said Boscov's Bucks. It's Kohl's Cash.
Kohl's Cash, yes.
The hell am I talking about?
But we got to find out where Steve buys his old lady bras because
That's
he
right.
said Kohl's.
Boscov's.
Or Boscov's,
It's
yeah.
completely screwed up then.
But this is a different Kohl's. This is COLL apostrophe S.
Right.
Kohl's framing.
All right, excellent. Ready to give away this prize, Pierre?
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
E as in Emerson.
E. All right, and we now have a word, and we'll take caller number. Let's do caller number 7 at 215-263-WMMR. And see if you know the word of the week prize, because we got or word of the week, because we do have a prize associated with that we'll give away in a little while. You have this full day laid out before you. What you going to do with it, man?
Well, we're going to do the concert cash at noon and 3, and Brent again at 5. But tomorrow is our 55th birthday.
Yeah.
And none of us are on full time tomorrow, but we're launching these 5-song blocks every hour, every other hour, I'm not quite sure, in honor of the 5-5. It seems to be the zeros and the 5s in terms of anniversaries that make people think, because you guys are coming up on the 25th at Keenan's. So MMR is on the 55th, which is staggering for most radio stations to even conceive 5 years, let alone 55 years. So thanks to our great listeners, we have that going for us. And all weekend long, we'll do blocks at the top of the hour. But to sort of prime the pump for that, I'm going to dive into the massive vaults of the MM archives. We have everything from 1974 to a few weeks ago on your show. And so all of that stuff that was recorded here or recorded at clubs at MMR Broadcast. We have Elvis Costello from the Hot Club.
It's great.
Which was this long gone place down, I don't even know where it was. I never went to it. We have Stevie Ray Vaughan at the Ripley Music Hall. We've got the Billy Joel, but we've got, Larkin Poe coming in. We've got some of the more recent bands as well. So lots of stuff in the archives. We'll not get to all of it, but we'll start at noon and see where we go.
Awesome. All right. Thank you, Pierre. And I want to see if we can get a winner here. We're looking for caller number 7. And that's Kathy. Hi there, Kathy.
Hello. How are you? Happy Friday.
Oh, happy Friday and a good morning to you. Kathy, what's our word of the week?
I'm hoping it's booze.
Great day in the morning.
It is indeed, Kathy. And you got yourself a concert hookup, a 4-pack of 3-day weekend tickets and meet and greet with Papa Roach at the Bamboozle Festival.
Booze.
May 5th through the 7th at Bader Field in Atlantic City. So Limp Bizkit, Papa Roach, Motionless in White. That's only a few because there's 60 more bands on this bill. For tickets and information, you can go to bamboozlefestival.com. So way to go, Kathy.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited, and I'm sure there'll be some booze there.
There'll be booze there.
Oh, no booze.
We're happy for you, Kathy. Hang on the line. We'll get you info. Have yourself a wonderful weekend. I would like to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show, brought to you today by Duncan, and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. It's also brought to you by Trinity Rehab, locations all over and now open in King of Prussia. Trinity-rehab.com. Next week on the program, Kathy's Cut. Monday morning. Kathy will be on location. You're going to be at Gravity?
I'm going to be at Gravity Hair Salon in Ambler, yes. And then
Okay.
Jackie Bam Bam will be at Vibe Salon in Mount Laurel. The signups, any cancellations that may have happened over the last 24 hours will show up on the website, but that ends at noon. We have to shut it down. So if you want to get in last minute, check to see if there's any openings on PrestonandSteve.com.
Okay, we'll also have on the program our buddy Mickey Morandini. And oh my God, Harland Williams.
Oh, we love Harland Williams.
Tell me he'll be in the studio. Oh my God. He is so bizarre. He is so awesome. And on top of all that, Ann Gorski Day. Sort of. May the 4th is kind of Ann Gorski Day.
May the Gorski with you.
May the Gorski with you, yeah. All right, so that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great, safe weekend, and we'll see you on Monday, gang. Bye-bye.